according to Musia.
Yes, when the projectile was found.
Right, so, and she is the person who allegedly took the pictures.
Indeed.
Some of the pictures.
Yes.
From 1 to 137.
Yes.
Right, then we've got to deal with that application before she testifies on the, she's still on her CV, on the evidence itself, because those admissions affect her also. Are you with me? What's your view, Mr. Baloyi?
Indeed, my lord. If my learned colleague is still persisting with the application, I don't know whether it's an amendment or whether it's a complete withdrawal of that.
Yeah, I hear you. But the way I understand Mr. Numalo, he's questioning or attacking the validity of the admissions relating to, just read that thing again, it's paragraph?
Exhibit E, paragraph 11.
Yeah, just read it. It's Exhibit E, paragraph 11, where the admission is couched as follows, that the accused admits the correctness and the accuracy of the album.
Yes.
Is that it?
Yes, indeed. It's actually Exhibit F. I'm sorry, my lord.
Sorry, yeah, it's Exhibit F, right?
Exhibit F is paragraph 12 regarding
12.
Lieutenant Colonel Mhlahlo.
And 11, what does 11 speak about?
11 refers to Warrant Officer Musia.
Yeah, that's it. That's what we're busy with.
All right. I'll just read both paragraphs and record. It's Exhibit F, case number CC 67/2020 in the High Court of South Africa, Gauteng Division, Pretoria, the State versus Muzi Sibia, accused number 1, Bongani Ntanzi, accused number 2, Mtobisi Prince Ngube, accused number 3, Mtoko Sizeni Mapisa, accused number 4, Sifiso Ntuli, accused number 5. The heading reads as follows: admissions in terms of Section 220 of Act 51 of 1977. I'll just proceed to read paragraph 11. The accuracy and correctness of the photo album compiled by Sergeant T. Musia, marked Exhibit C, the key and sketch plan thereto, depicting the scene at house number 13511 Kutlano Street, Mzamo section, Phosphorus, on 27 October 2014 are admitted. Paragraph 12. The accuracy and correctness of the photo album marked Exhibit D, the key and sketch plan with reference number LCRC number CR143/2014 in brackets Phosphorus CAS 63610 of 2014, compiled by the then Warrant Officer Mhlahlo, depicting the scene at house number 13511 Kutlwanon Street, Mzamo section, Phosphorus, on the 27th of October 2014, as well as photos taken during the postmortem examination on the 28th of October 2014 at the Forensic Pathology Services, Germiston, which form part of the photo album. Photos 1 up to 137 are admitted, signed at Pretoria on this 18th day of July 2023, signed on behalf of the first accused, Muzi Sibia, and also signed by the second accused, Bongani Ntanzi, also signed by the third accused, Mtobisi Prince Ngube, also signed by the fourth accused, Mtoko Sizeni Mapisa, and also signed by accused number 5, Fisokuhle Ntuli, as well as the respective legal representatives.
Right. So Mr. Ngomalo's application concerns those two. That is paragraph 11 and 12. The admissions made in terms of section 220 concerning those two. You have launched an application to attack them. On what basis?
My Lord, maybe to be clear,
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with the accuracy and correctness of the photos,
Of the photo,
Of the photo.
of the album.
of the album. Where the challenge is with the sealing, the packaging, and transportation of the exhibits to the ballistics.
Yeah. But you see,
Because
this is, as I understand it, it's one transaction. The photos inside and outside the premises were taken jointly by this witness, Lieutenant Colonel Mhlando, and they were also taken by this currently called a Colonel Musia, Warrant Officer Musia. Are you with me?
yes,
They did this exercise jointly.
yes,
The camera was utilized by both of them. The images captured on the camera were downloaded
yes,
in the form of photographs.
yes,
A selection was made of those downloaded photographs to form part of an album which the state has been using.
yes,
And as I understand it, the selection, collation of those photographs is part of the packaging. Are you with me?
yes,
Yeah, so it incorporates the whole chain right up to when they are delivered at the forensic science laboratories in Pretoria. You can't delineate and say you just worried or you just concerned about the packaging and the delivery. It's a chain. What was delivered was captured in the camera, and what was captured are the photographs, which consist and comprise an album which is used by the state. Okay, that's how I see it.
Similarly, my Lord, the state cannot use a blanket approach to say that the accuracy and correctness means the sealing, packaging, and transportation of the exhibits to the ballistics. It should be...
Just listen to me. No, I'm not persuading you not to go on with your,
Yes.
your application.
Yes,
The state talks about the correctness of the photos, right?
I agree.
And it talks about the accuracy of the photos, right? And these are the photos which consists the making of an album. And you are saying the admissions are not properly made. Okay, so bring your application, because I said I should make a ruling, but I have to make a ruling before this witness testifies on the evidence.
My Lord, I don't think there's anything further to add because I did address the court bringing my application yesterday.
So you're saying what should happen to the admissions? They should be cancelled, revoked?
No, that is not what I'm saying. I'm saying, my Lord, I should be given an opportunity to cross-examine on the sealing, the packaging, and transportation of the exhibits to the ballistic.
So you're not attacking the
No,
admissions?
I don't have a problem with the accuracy and correctness of the
Oh,
photo
okay,
album.
fine. Mr. Valoi?
My Lord, I think I'm also sitting in the same problem, my Lord, that when we made these admissions, we did not mean to admit the chain evidence, my Lord, thereto, to the exhibits that were packed and transported,
What
delivered.
was transported? Fine. What was transported to the...
Up-
to the...
Lieutenant Mhlatlo, we went up to photo.
That's correct, my lord.
Right. Now, as far as the rest of the photos are concerned, photo 77 up to photo 122, Warrant Officer Musia has already testified about these photos, and as you've just heard, the correctness thereof is not being disputed. Do you confirm the correctness of the rest of the photos from 76, photo 76, up to photo 122?
76 or 77?
76.
Ifoto ke u76 uyotsho ke ku122 warrant officer Msiya bese nikezile ubungqina mayelana nazo ezo photo ezo ingaba ke ngokuwena ke uyanqinelana uyavumelana ke nako oku ukubonayo mayelana nefoto ezo bangokwenene okusikubonayo ukuko
kunjalo mhlekazi.
That is indeed so, my lord.
And as you testified yesterday, in essence, these photos relate to the swabbing or taking of swabs on the scene.
Ebesechile ukuba ngaba ezifoto ezi zimayela ke nobungqina ke okanye ukuswaba okwenziwa kuyo ke indawo yeqhwayelo.
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
That is correct, my lord.
And just to recap, Warrant Officer Musia was doing the swabbing and you were taking the photos.
Njengoba wena ke waye ethatha ke ubungqina okanye ke eswaba wena ke wawuthatha ifoto.
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
That is correct, my lord.
Now, what happened after this process of swabbing?
Emva kwayo ke ngokule nkqubo lena yokuswaba kwaye kwenzeka ntoni?
Saye saqhubeka mhlekazi ngokusearcha isini.
We proceeded with the searching of the scene. Saqhubeka ke ngonomayela nokuphenya indawo yesigameko.
Saya emnyango apho umnyango wawulimele khona.
We went to the door where the door was damaged.
Can you just maybe use your photo album just to illustrate every point of your evidence?
Ewe.
Which photo are you referring to?
Photo number 123. Yindawo apho kwakukhanelwa ukuthi ibullet ibethe umnyango wasekitchen.
It's the point where it was, or there was suspicion that the bullet had hit the kitchen door.
Just a minute.
Okay, lesithombe lesi ila kwakusolwa khona ke ukuthi inhlamvu yashaya khona isicabha lesa sekitchen.
Yes, you may proceed.
Sathi ke ngokubona ukuthi umnyango wasekitchen ulimele ene awuphume inhlamvu leyo ayiphumelanga ngaphandle saye sasearcha ngaphakathi.
Upon seeing that the kitchen door was damaged and that the bullet didn't go to the outside, we then searched inside. Mase sibona ke ukuthi isicabha silimele nokuthi inhlamvu ayiphumelanga ngaphandle, sase sisesha ke ngaphakathi.
Just a minute.
Okay.
If you say you notice that the bullet did not go outside, what do you mean?
Uthetha ukuthini xa usithi naye nabona uba imbumbulu lezange iphumele ngaphandle?
Isicango esi sasihlephukile kodwa kungekho mbobo ephumela ngaphandle.
The door was damaged, but there was no hole that leads to the outside.
Yes, we may proceed.
Ungaqhubeka.
Sajonga ke phansi naphezu kwekhabhathi ekubeni umsiya wayesetshile ukuthi akho nto ayifumene ecaleni ngomnyango.
We then looked on the floor, on top of the cupboard, and after Msia had already said that there's nothing that he found close to the door or next to the door.
Just a minute. Yes, you may proceed.
Ewe.
Sajonga ke naphezu kwekhabhathi le esemva komnyango.
We also looked on top of the cupboard that is behind the door.
Kwakune
Okay. Yep.
kwakunezinto ezaziphezu kwekhabhathi nama-glass jars.
There were items on top of the cupboard as well as glass jars. Sabheka-ke nakulona ikhabethe leliyana esemuva kwesicaba. Kukhona-ke kwakhona lapho kanye nojeke.
Referring to photo 124,
Khuluma ngaso-ke isithombe 124.
kulapho emva kwalo ma-glass esafumana khona i-bullet head.
That's, it's behind those glass jars, my lord, where we found a bullet head.
Just a minute. You may proceed to specify who was searching at that particular point and who found the bullet head.
Ngubani kanye ngobani babesearcha phayana, ngubani owafumana kanye ngobani abafumana i-bullet head leyo.
Njengokuba benisenshilo kwasenkantolo phambi kwale nkundla uba sasebenza nomsiya noLieutenant Zwane sasisobathathu.
As I've already indicated before this court, my lord, that I was working together with Warrant Officer Msia as well as Lieutenant Colonel Zwane.
Kodwa ndim owafumana leyo bullet head emva kwala glass jars.
But I'm the one who found that bullet head behind those glass jars. Kodwa imina-ke owathola nathi njengoba sasebenza sobathathu, imina-ke owathola-ke inhlamvu-ke noma-ke i-bullet head leyo emuva kwalabajeki ababini ababonakalayo beglass.
Yes, and how did we deal with the glass jars to get to where the bullet head was?
Nasebenza kanjani ke ngoku nge-jars eziyana zeglass ukufika ke ngoku apho i-bullet head yayikhona.
Xa ujonga mhlekazi ku-photo number 124,
If you look on photo 124,
indicate the place and position in which a bullet head landed behind the glass jars on top of the cabinet.
ukuthi kuyasho ke ukuthi inkomba ke indawo kanye futhi ke neposition noma ke indlela ke i-bullet head leyo eyawa ngayo emuva ke indlela eyawa ngayo emuva kwalabo jeki ababini beglass ngaphezu kwayo ngaphezu kwalo ikhabethe.
Yes.
Photo number 125
And then photo number 125
indicate one times bullet head found behind the glass jars and marked exhibit 1.
ukuthi ke lesi isithombe siyachaza ke 125
125.
sichaza ke noma sikhombisa ke i-bullet head eyatholakala ke emuva kojeke yase iphawulwa ke u-exhibit 1.
Photo number 124 akamakwanga because ibullet ibisesemva kweglass.
Photo number 124 is not marked because the bullet was still behind the jars.
Yes, you may proceed.
125 siye sammaka ke ngoba besesifumene i-exhibit emva kwalo maklasi layo sammaka as exhibit 1.
We then marked photo 125 as exhibit 1 because we had now found the exhibit behind the jars, or the glass jars.
But can you just explain more fully to the court? Did you just look there? Did you have to move around the jars, or what was the position?
Xa unoyicacisa uyichaze le nto uba ngaba yayikukujonga nje okanye kwakufuneka nizisusile ezaa jars nenza kanjani okanye nenza.
My friend, my learned colleague is well aware of that. And obviously the mind of this witness has already been corrupted into saying.
No, please, let's have decency in this. No. Let's have decency in this court. You're an officer of this court. You can't accuse your fellow officer for corrupting. I mean, please.
No, I'm not saying that he is corrupting.
What do you say?
By that question, the mind of this witness
It's corrupted.
is already corrupt.
It's corrupted by whom?
That's the perception of the court.
No,
I think that's a
I don't have a
perception
perception. No, Mr. Mnisi.
But that's a leading question. Mama.
Fine. I'm just saying you can express yourself better than saying Mr. Baloyi corrupted the mind of this witness. We don't use that language in this court. Jeez.
As a court, we'll just paraphrase that question. How did you get to that bullet point behind the glass jars?
Afikelela kanjani ke kula bullet head leya esemva kweza jars zimbili?
Ngokusearcha silandelela umonakalo osemnyangweni lo osemnyango
By searching, following the damage that was found in the door,
and then sasusa ke lo ma glass jars.
we then removed those glass jars.
Iyo lonto ibonisa ku photo number 126
That is what is then depicted on photo 126
and 127.
and 127. Ikona ke logo nibona ku photo 126 no 127 uma sesilandelela ke olimala ke kwesicapha saseke sisusa amajazi lawo besithola ke leya bullet head.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ngiyaqhubeka.
Photo number 128 to 129. Siqale ngo-128. 128 ubonisa simakile exhibit 1.
Photo 128 and 129, but we then start with photo 128. We marked exhibit 1. Ilas Paula Konage, exhibit 1, photo 128.
Ubonisa i-close up ye bullet head, close up view of the bullet head.
It shows the close-up view of the bullet head. Ilage isisondezwe noma ke isithombe sisondeziwe khona.
Nemvelope ebhaliwe exhibit 1.
As well as an envelope written on it, exhibit 1.
Just before you proceed, Lieutenant Colonel, can we just go back to photo 127? Can you just describe what is depicted on photo 127?
Ntoni lesibona pha ku 127?
Kubonakala inhloko ye bullet nepisi encinci yelento yomnyango.
It is a bullet head and a small piece or part of the door next to it. Apena ke iyona ke i-bullet head ku 127 kanye ke nendawana nje encane yaso isicapha. Sibanda.
If you can just maybe show photo 127. Do you have the laser? Can you just point to what you're referring to?
Cela ukhombe ke lento uthetha ngayo.
Nansi lento endithetha ngayo.
This is what I am talking about.
Ipisi yomnyango
This is the piece of the door
kube i-bullet head.
and then the bullet head.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ngaqhubeka ke.
Le bullet eyafunyanwa ke ku 128 saye sayifaka envelopini ebrown sayimaka as exhibit 1.
The bullet that was found on photo 128 was then put in a brown envelope and marked Exhibit 1. Yona-ke leya nhlamvu yatholakala ku-128 yabe isifakwa kuyona-ke i-envelope eyamakwa-ke u-Exhibit 1.
Just a minute, Lieutenant Colonel, if I can take you back to photo 19 of your exhibit.
19.
Photo 19, 19.
19 is almost there.
Are you able to explain what we see on photo 127 in relation to what appears on photo 19?
Okusukubona phaya kula photo ingu-127 xa unochaza ke ngokunamayela na ukusukubona kule photo ingu-19.
Photo 19 ubonisa ukumoshakala kwesicango namaphisi amancinci ahlephukile esicangweni.
Photo 19 depicts the damaged door as well as the pieces of the door.
Yes.
Yebo.
So kule photo kulapho allegedwa khona ukuthi bullet yabetha khona.
Now on this photo it's where it's been alleged that the bullet hit.
Then yayo enda apha ilenda kule cupboard.
And then that's where it then landed up on the cupboard.
Sorry.
Yes.
And I'm posing this question because your CV says you're an expert, right? Ballistic
That's
expert.
correct.
Ballistic expert.
Yes.
You're not a ballistic expert.
No, and you ballistic
Okay.
expert.
It's because I'm listening to the language you're using. When you compare photo 19 and 127, you come to the conclusion that this is where it is alleged. That's the word you used. Or at least the interpreter, that's the word you used. This is where it is alleged.
Apho kuthiwa, andithi uthe kuthiwa kulapho yabetha khona kuthiwa.
Ewe kunjalo mhlekazi yabetha umnyango.
Yes, it is so, my lord. It hit the door.
Then sithe thina xa sifunisela
When we-
sayifumana phezu kwecupboard.
Then when we looked for it, we found it on top of the cupboard.
Yeah, fine. I have no problem with it. But when you say it is alleged, it means there's a person who gave that information. Are you with me?
Uthi ukushathi ukweligama ukuyakhumbula qala utheni xa ukhomba apha wathi lapho kuthiwa imbumbulu yabetha khona. Into ethetha ukuthi ke ngoku ukhona umuntu owaxelela loo nto leyo.
Ngicela ukuyicacisa olhlobo mhlekazi.
May I explain it like this, my lord?
Okay.
uLieutenant Zwane xa wayesixelela ngebriefing ye-crime scene
When Colonel Zwane debriefed us about the scene,
watsho wathi lo mnyango kusolwa ukuthi ubethwe yibullet.
he said that this door, it is being suspected that the bullet hit there.
Yiyo ke lonto sathi xa sijonga sifuna ukubona ba ibullet uba ibethile iphumile na or iphi.
Hence, my lord, when we then looked, we wanted to see as to whether when the bullet hit, did it go out or where is it?
Then sithe xa sisearcha ke ngoku sisusa izinto ezisekhabhathini on the left.
When we then searched, my lord, and removed the items on the cupboard on the left,
Kulapho safumana khona ke ngoku inhloko yebullet phezu kwecupboard
that's where we found the bullet head on the cupboard,
emva kwalama glass jars.
behind those glass jars.
Yeah, fine. That's factual. It's not speculative. When you use the word alleged, kuthiwa.
Ujaji benela ngxaki nelagama
Okay.
lithi kuthiwa
Fine.
okanye kusolwa.
Okay, Mr.
Kuyavakala,
Maloyi.
Mhlekazi?
Understood, my lord?
Just to come back to photo 127, you mentioned the piece of wood or the splinter there on photo 127. And the question was whether, can you use photo 19 to illustrate your evidence as far as photo 127, the splinter is concerned?
Xa ujonga pha ku-127 ne kukho la pisi pha uthi ke yipisi yomnyango. Xa uthatha la photo u-127 ujonge nale engu-19 uba kule nto uyithethayo apha ke ngoku ngamagama uthelekise le nto uyithetha apha nale uyibona apha ku-19.
Ewe kunjalo Mhlekazi.
That is so, my lord?
Yes.
Ewe uthini ke?
Ndithelekisa le piece yomnyango nalo mnyango ohlephukile.
But I'm comparing the splinter or the piece of wood found on 127 together with the damaged door, the witness pointing on photo 19.
Iyafana neyomnyango.
It looks like it looks the same as that of the door, my lord.
I'm sorry, looks like there's a concern on my left
The what?
side. Oh, okay, thank you. Yes, you may proceed. You
Am I
were
correct?
on photo 128 and 129.
128 and 129.
Njengoba benisengichazile mhlekazi ukuthi u128 kulapho besithathe khona isithombe sisondeza ibullet sesimakile ibullet nenvelope ebrown sayibhala uexhibit 1 phambi koba siyifaka envelopini.
As I've already explained, my lord, with regards to photo 128, it's a close-up photo of the bullet head as well as the envelope, which was marked exhibit 1, just before we could put the bullet head inside the envelope.
Yes, you may proceed.
129 to 130 ibonisa le envelope seyifakwe kwi-forensic bag.
Photo 129 to 130 then shows the envelope now put in a forensic bag.
After ibullet ifakiwe kwi-envelope,
It was after the bullet was then placed inside the envelope.
and then 130 ubonisa i-close-up view ye-exhibit bag seyisiliwe with a forensic bag number.
130 is a close-up view of a sealed forensic bag with a forensic number.
Ibhaliwe ke ne-station,
The sta-
ne-case number,
The station, the case number is written,
i-charge,
the charge,
ne-exhibit number.
as well as the exhibit number.
Yes, can you just put the exhibit back number on record?
Cela ufunde ke number leyo.
Is PA 500 208 7782.
Ufunda ke yona ke inumber leyo yesaka leli lobufakazi envelope eyifakwe ngaphakathi kulona PA 500 208 7782.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ungaqhubeka.
Photo 131 indicates a close-up view of the bullet hole on the kitchen door, marked point 2. Marked
Bes-
point 2, yes.
Bese kuthi ke isithombe lesi ke isona ke esikhombisa usicabha ke noma ke imbobo ke yenhlamvu isithombe sakhona sisondeziwe kusona isicabha sasekitchen sasesimakwa ke upoint 2.
And Warrant Officer, I'm sorry, Lieutenant Colonel Mhlahlo, just for record purposes, who was packaging the bullet point?
Ngubani owa package bullet point le kanye bullet head?
Warrant Officer Msiya.
Warrant Officer Musia. Uyena ke owafaka ke bullet head leyo eyifaka ke ngaphakathi la eyafaka khona.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ungaqhubeka.
Photo 131 indicates a close-up view of the...
Soyifundile ne?
Listen, obviously sifundile, okay. Because photo 132 indicates an alleged place where a bullet landed on the kitchen floor, marked point 83.
Bese kuthi ke isithombe esi132 sona ke sisikhombisa ke indawo ekutholakala ukuthi ke ila inhlamvu eyawa khona ke phansi ekitchen yase iphawulwa uA3.
And who pointed out this particular spot?
Ubani owakolathisa noma owalatha le ndawo le?
Ndayiboniswa ngu-warrant officer Msiya, nami ngokuzibonela umonakalo lento owawenzekile kwibullet.
It was pointed out to
Owawenzekile phansi.
Okay. It was pointed out to me by Warrant Officer Busia and also upon my own observation of the damage on the floor.
Yes. Was it the end of the ballistic examination or investigation?
Ingaba yaba sisiphelo kusini na lo phando ke oludibene ne forensic olo?
Or are there any other photos that indicate the ballistic examination?
Okanye zikhona ezinye ifoto ezibonisa uphando olwenziwa ke oluphathelene nezwe forensic kanye zabe ziphelele phakakuleya?
Zabe ziphelele kule mhlekazi.
That one was the last one.
Now, what happened to that exhibit back after the process that you've just described?
Emva kwale nkqubo lena ubuqhuba kuchaza ngoku kwaye kwenzeka ntoni ke ngoku ngala bag le la forensic bag?
After iphotography yomhlekazi yathathwa ngumsiya njengokuba bensentshilo ukuba nguye owaye responsible for i-collection yama exhibits njengoba wayeseqalile ngelanga elilandela elingaphambili.
As my lord, after the photograph was taken, it was taken by Msiya. As I've already indicated that he was responsible for the collection, and after he had started with the investigation the previous day.
Yes, what happened further?
After
After the ballistic examination, what happened further?
Saye saqhubeka ke ngocollector amakheni la ayefunyenwe eNansikeni sitting room.
We then proceeded with collecting the cans that were found in the sitting room. Ila saqala khona ke ukwenza uphenyo ke noma ke uqoqa ke amakani atholakala e-sitting room.
As ebonisa ku photo number 133.
As depicted on photo 133, and njengoba siwabona ke kwisithombe u133.
To 134.
Kuyofika ke kuyena u134.
Noxa kunemisprint ku 134 mele ahambelane no 133, not photo number 134 to 135.
It shouldn't be as it is written there, 134 to 135. It's supposed to be, there's just a misprint, 133 to 134.
Ebonisa wona amakani eqokelelwe avalelwa kwisingqobo sama exhibit bag.
Depicting the cans sealed in a forensic bag. Njengisawona ke amakani efakwe ke ngaphakathi kulona isaka lobufakazi.
Yes, you may proceed.
Maqhubeka.
Photo number 135 indicates the first bedroom door from the sitting room where fingerprints found after being investigated with fluorescent powder.
Bese kuthi ke u135 yena ke ukhomisa ke isicabha soqala ke noma isicabha ke kwikamera lokulala lokuqala ukusuka uma usuka ke e-sitting room la ekwatholakala khona ke ama fingerprints emuva kokuthi kwenziwa uphenyo kusebenziswa yona ke impuphu ke ababiza ngokuthi i-fluorescent.
And if I can ask you to turn to your sketch plan, are you able to show that bedroom on the sketch plan?
Ungakwazi uyikhomba lo kamera leyo ku sketch plan.
Kunjalo Mhlekazi.
That is correct, my lord. Okay, uzosebenza.
Yile bedroom Mhlekazi.
This is the bedroom, the witness pointing on the sketch plan. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. You may proceed.
Correct.
Photo number 136 to 137 indicate fingerprints, measurements on the door.
Bese kuthi ke isithombe u136 uyosho ke ku137 inkomba ke noma ikhomba ke ama noma ukalwa ke noma ukumethwa kwawo ama fingerprints kusona isicapha.
Yes, you may proceed.
Correct.
Photo 138 to 143 indicates fingerprint marked fluorescent print 1, fluorescent print 2, fluorescent print 3 captured from the bedroom door.
Bese kuthi ke isithombe u138 kuyofica ke kuyena u143 sikhomba ke ama fingerprints amakwe uFLP1, FLP2, FLP3 kusona ke isicapha sekamera lokulala.
Yes, you may proceed.
Correct.
Was at the end of the investigation?
Kwaba
Or on the
sisiphelo
scene?
kwaba sisiphelo sophando. Eso.
Ewe endlini kunjalo Mhlekazi.
That is correct inside the house, yes.
Yes, what happened further?
Kwenzeka ntoni ke emva koko?
Ngesuku elilandelayo saye sahamba ke esenini. Ngosuku olulandelayo nge28
Yes, just before you proceed.
We left the scene for that day, and then on the following day,
Yes.
the 28th, ewe.
Yeah, but before you proceed to the 28th, is there anything else of significance that happened before you departed the scene?
Ngaphambi kokuba nihambe okanye nimke apho kwindawo leyo yoxhwayele ngabe ikhona nje enye into okanye ikhona into eyenzekayo embaluleko noma onothi ke iyayibalekile eyenzekayo ngaphambi kokuba nihambe.
Ewe kunjalo Mhlekazi. Phambi
Yes.
kokuba sihambe sathi njengoba sasibhizi ngale bullet sigqiba kuyicollect.
Okay.
Siphotographer kwaye kwafika uKennel Mangena from eBallistic.
As we're still busy, my lord, with that bullet and as photographing it, Colonel Mangena from the ballistics arrived.
Yes.
Ewe.
Naye ke wenza olwakhe uphenyo.
He also did his investigation.
Yes.
Ewe.
Emveni kokuba sigqibile ke ngesini investigator isini yethu saye senze debriefing.
After we finished with our scene, we then did a debriefing. Emuva kokuthi saqeda-ke khona lapho sase sihlangana-ke sikhuluma
Ngakho konke esikwenzile esinini
about everything that we did on the scene.
sabriefa uKennel Mathize owayeyikhomanda yam
We then briefed Colonel Matidze, who was my commander,
and late Captain Matebula owayeyi duty officer yase Springs.
as well as the late Captain Matebula, who was the duty officer of Springs.
ukuthi bazokwazi.
Bayabhala nje.
Oh, okay.
Ewe, ukuthi
Yes.
Kuba babengama duty officers. Colonel Matise waye duty officer yase province apho benisebenza khona.
because they were duty officers, Colonel Matize was the duty officer of the province where I was stationed. Ewe.
I-debriefing leyo sayenzela ngaphandle kwi-crime scene ngoba sasesiqabile nge-crime scene.
We did the debriefing outside of the crime scene because we were done at the crime scene.
Yes.
Ewe.
Safuna ukwazi ke ukuthi uLieutenant Zwane njengokuba kwakunguye owayesibizile unelisekile ngendlela esiphengulule ngayo i-case ngendlela esi-investigate ngayo isini kunye naye.
We then wanted to know from Colonel Zwane, seeing that he's the one who called us, as to whether he was satisfied with the manner in which we investigated the scene, in his presence or with him. Sase sifuna ukwazi-ke kuyena ukuthi wayeneme yini uColonel Zwane ngokuthi uyena wasibiza ngendlela esasebenza ngayo. Sisebenza-ke ndawonye naye.
Yes.
Ewe.
Saye sahamba ke umsiya wahamba nama-exhibit lawo wayewa-collectile.
We then left, and Msia left together with the exhibits that he had collected.
And that being,
Ezindoni, yayizindoni.
Kwakuyi-forensic, ama-exhibit we-forensic nawe-ballistic.
Forensic as well as ballistic exhibits.
and what time did you depart from the scene?
Kwakuxeshani ukumka kwenu phaya kulaa ndawo?
Saphuma ngo-2:30 esenini mhlekazi.
We left the scene at 2:30. Sahamba-ke kuleya ndawo ngo2:30.
What, PM or AM?
Owanini uthi
Emva kwemini
in
mhlekazi.
the afternoon.
Yes.
Ewe.
Ngelanga elilandelayo ke ndahamba ndaya emotuary
Uh,
eGermiston.
On the following day, I went to Germiston mortuary.
Well, I will just request that the photos of the postmortem not be shown.
Siyacela-ke umshushisi ukuthi iy'thombe-ke iyo-ke i-postmortem zingatshengiswa khona la.
Council for 1 and 2.
My Lord, if the caveat is that Colonel Mangena, the ballistic expert, plus the pathologist are going to testify, we don't have an objection if the photos are not shown at this point.
Which
The
photos?
post-mortem photos, my Lord.
How does Mangena come in?
He also attended the post-mortem examination and pictures were taken there.
So he can testify to that, but the photos, are you saying they shouldn't be shown? That's the question.
My Lord, if she participated and took pictures of those photos at the post-mortem, they should be shown. So I'm not sure what the basis of Mr. Balois saying that they shouldn't be shown because it was never late, my Lord.
Now, it's just good taste and decency.
Yes.
If you show a dismembered post-mortem of the deceased,
It's not in good taste, my
yeah,
Lord.
it is
Yes.
not, because
Yes.
it will be there.
Yes.
You can say these photos can be shown to you, your colleagues,
Yes, but not.
and even the
out to
accused,
public.
even the
Yes.
accused, but not the public.
Indeed so, my Lord.
Is that
That's
okay?
precisely
Yeah, fine, because, yeah,
Yes,
the
if the
request by
basis
the
was
state,
good, my
yes.
Lord, because it was just a bad.
okay, yeah.
Yes. And my learned friends are in possession of those photos, my lord.
Yes, they've got them, eh?
Yes.
If that's the case, we need to get an extra copy for the accused to share whilst we are going.
Haven't you consulted them with those photos? Because you had the album, before the case started. Are you with me?
Yes.
Yes. You didn't consult with them concerning, this is the deceased.
No. No, my lord.
For me, unfortunately, my lord, the accused persons normally ask for documents that we use, so I normally give it to them, they study them in prison, and we consult on them.
Okay. I would have thought every council would have consulted concerning the postmortem photos. Okay, fine. You can, they say you want an extra copy to be given in court to their clients. But do you have copies for 5 of them, for the 5 of them? Mr. Baloi?
My lord, we don't have that number of...
What's the time now?
11:10.
Yeah, we can adjourn, then council can show the photos relating to the postmortem to their clients and consult. Okay. I'll come back 20 minutes after this.
All right.
Yes.
Photo 144 to 190 indicates photos taken at Germiston Mortuary during postmortem.
Bese kuthi iy'thombe u-144 kuyofika-ke ku-190 itshengisa-ke iy'thombe ezathathwa khona-ke emotuary yaseGermiston ngaso isikhathi se-postmortem.
Thank you. And Lieutenant Colonel Mhlahlo, do you confirm the correctness of all the photos that you took from photo 1 up to photo 190?
Engaba zonke ifoto ezike wazithathayo ukusuka ku-photo 1 yokuthi ku-190 uyaqinisekisa uba ngokwenene zile ndlela okazile nto iboniswayo kuzo ifoto?
Ewe kunjalo mhlekazi.
So confirmed, my lord.
You mentioned that identifiable fingerprints were found on the door handle of bedroom 1. Was there any further investigation carried as far as those fingerprints were concerned?
Utshilo-ke ukuba ngaba-ke kune-fingerprints okanye kwakune-fingerprints ezafumanekayo-ke kwicango lwekamera yokuqala kanye ku-bedroom 1. Ngaba lukhona olunye uphando olwaye laqhubekeka lwenziwa ngokumayelana nezo fingerprints ezo?
You refer to photos 136 up to 143.
Photo 136 uyofika-ke ku-143.
Ewe kunjalo mhlekazi.
Yes, that is correct, my lord.
Yes, what was the outcome thereof?
Zathini iziphumo zako oko?
Udetective wazisa ama-fingerprint wabantu abahlala endlini for ama-eliminations.
Detective brought fingerprints of the people that are staying in the house for elimination purposes.
Yes.
Yebo.
Sawajonga ke ama-fingerprint seqhathanisa nama-fingerprint azisiwe la athathwe kubantu ebebesendlini ngalelo langa lexhwayelo.
We then we looked at the fingerprints, we then compared together with the fingerprints that were brought of the people that were in the house on the day of the incident. Sathatha-ke lawo ma-fingerprints ayelethiwe kuthina-ke kanye-ke nama-fingerprints la atholakala laphayana kanye nawabantu ababesendlini ngelanga lesigameko.
Yes.
Ama-fingerprint lawo ke afumaneka ukuthi anxulumana noNhlanhla Khumalo.
Those fingerprints were then found to be, in other words, that of Nonhlanhla Khumalo.
Yes, and who's she?
Ngubani uNonhlanhla Khumalo?
Kwi-elimination report kwabhalwe uNonhlanhla Khumalo.
In the elimination report, the name that was written there is that of Nonhlanhla Khumalo.
Yes.
Atholakala ukuthi akaNonhlanhla Khumalo uyena-ke owabhala kuloyo mbiko ukubhalwe uNonhlanhla Khumalo.
Ongomnye wabantu ababekhona endlini.
Who was one of the people that were in the house.
Scott, please, my lord, we're not going to burden the record by handing up this fingerprint report. My learned friends are in possession thereof. Lieutenant Colonel Mhlahlo, is there anything else that you wish to add?
Ngabe khona engenye into onqwenela ukuyongeza?
Ewe mhlekazi kunjalo i-elimination report yanikwa ke umphenyi wecala.
Yes, my lord, there is. The elimination report was then handed over to the investigating officer of the case.
Ukumchazela ukuba lama fingerprint esiwafumene kwi-crime scene endiwafumene kwi-crime scene aqhathaniswe nakaNonhlanhla Khumalo.
To inform the investigating officer that the fingerprints that I found on the crime scene were compared to those of Nonhlanhla Khumalo.
Yes.
Yeah, ewe.
Enye into endifuna ukucacisela lenkundla ukuthi xa sigqiba ku-investigator i-crime scene iya-searchwa futhi kwakho
What I would also like to tell the court is that when we complete our investigation, the crime scene gets searched again.
Njengokuba safumana inhloko yebullet,
Just as we found the bullet head,
saye sajonga ikhoba uba mhlambi sizawulifumana na.
we then looked for the cartridge as to whether were we going to find it.
Yes.
Ewe.
Kodwa sizange sayifumana kwindawo yokuxhayela.
But we never found it on the crime scene. Sabheka ke nanjengoba uma sesiqedile ukwenza uphenyo ke khona ke kwindawo yesigameko siye siphinde sibheke noma sisesheke kamuva sabheka ke lana sibheka ukuthi sibheka igobo nanjengoba kwatholakala ibullet head sabheka ukuthi asingeke sithole yini igobo londo kodwa ngeshwa akazange silithole.
Could the caliber of the bullet projectile determined at that stage?
I-bullet projectile leyana nakwazi ngela xesha okanye ngela lixa ukuba ngaba ke nifumanise uba yeliphi uhlobo.
Ndiyacinga umuntu ongachazela lenkundla lonto ngumuntu waseballistic mhlekazi.
I think the person that would be able to inform this court with regards to that is someone from ballistic.
Nguwo unobangela wenza ukuthi siqoqe ama exhibit esiwafumanayo siwathumele eballistic.
That is the reason why we then gather the exhibits that we found and send them to ballistic.
Then bona babe nolwazi ke lokuthi bajonge ukuthi ikaliber yenjani.
So they now have this knowledge or information as to look or check for the caliber thereof
Xa besenza uphenyo lwabo.
when they do their investigation.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Mhlahlu. Is that all?
Yeah, kuphelele apha.
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
Yes, that is so, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. That is all.
Thanks. Yes, on behalf of accused 1 and 2.
As it pleases the court, my lord. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Mhlekazi.
Good day, sir.
Now, your testimony is that on the 27th of October 2014, at around 8 in the morning, you were requested by Colonel Matitse to attend to a scene at 13511 Kutlano Street, Mzamo Section, Fosloras, for a shooting incident scene, correct?
Uchilo kuba wacela nguMathitse uba uye ke kule ndawo ichaziweyo ngo-8 ekseni uyokwenza uphando khona. Isiganeko sodubulo esenzekayo.
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
That is indeed correct.
Now, how did Colonel Matitse inform you or activate you to go to that scene?
Ekukwaziseni kwakhe okanye ekuceleni kwakhe uKolonel Mathize wayenza njani loo nto leyo? Okanye wakwazisa njani okanye waye wayazi njani wena bakufanele uye phaya?
Njengokuba sengitshilo mhlekazi uba uKolonel Matitse kwakuyikhomanda yami.
As I've already mentioned that Colonel Mathize was my commander.
Sisebenza eofisini A1.
We work in the same office.
Weza wazongixelela ukuthi kunendawo yexhwayelo ekhona kufanele ukuthi ndambe ndiyenza.
He came to inform me that there was a crime scene that I needed to go and attend to.
And did Colonel Matitse inform you of the incident, the place where, sorry, let me rephrase. Did he inform you about the merits or a brief summary of what transpired at that scene?
Ingaba wakunika kusini na inkcukacha okanye wakushwankathelela kuba yintoni eyenzekayo phaya?
Watsho ukuba kune shooting incident mhlekazi.
He did say that there was a shooting incident. Washo ukuthi kwakunesigameko sokudubula.
Kodwa andiqondi uba i-information ephelele wayenayo ngoba xa senza i-debriefing kwi-crime scene wayekhona.
But I don't think that he had a full information because when we did the debriefing on the crime scene or at the crime scene, he was present. Kodwa ke kona ke lokho angitshela kona ke angicabanga ukuthi wayenayo yonke imininingwane ngoba nkathi sesikhuluma ke khona kwindawo yesigameko wayekade ekhona naye.
Into wayenayo kwakuyi-address yendawo yexhwayelo.
The only thing that he had was the address of the incident or the crime scene. Kuphela ke awayenako kwakuyikheli la isigameko senzeka khona.
And regarding the victim, where did you then and then know, or Colonel Matije know, who the victim was?
Mayelana neXhoba, ingaba uKenel Mathize wayesazi wangelo xesha elo uba ngubani na iXhoba?
Andizuyazi ke uba uKenel Mathize wayeyazi uba iXhoba ngubani.
I wouldn't know as to whether he knew as to who the victim was. That's now Kenel Mathize.
The reason I'm asking you this, ma'am, is this. Colonel Musia testified that it is standard procedure that in a high-profile matter, or where the personality involved is a well-known personality, that your task team or your investigation team, called the task team from the province, will be activated to go and assist in processing that scene. Do you want to comment on that?
Uthe xa ethetha uthi xa imbiza yena nguKenel Msiya, uwarrant officer Msiya. Uthe xa echazela lenkundla wathi ke yinqubo yasesipoliseni okokuba ngaba xa kunesehlo esithe sabakhona kwaye umuntu okanye obandakanyekayo okanye ixhoba apho ngumuntu ongusaziwayo, iteam yenu ke i-provincial task team iye ibiziswe iye kuloo ndawo leyo.
Ewe kunjalo mhlekazi.
That is indeed so.
Okay. Now, Warrant Officer Musia referred to your team as a task team, and I'll do so in this court for the sake of that convenience. Who are the other members of that task team except yourself?
Ngaphandle kwakho yayingobani amanye amalungu e-task team leyo? Amagama abo basuka kwi-office leyo ye-province.
Ndandihamba noKenel Mathize mhlekazi, kodwa wayehamba ngeyakhe imoto nami ndihamba ngeyami imoto.
I was together with Colonel Mathize, but he was traveling in his own vehicle, I was traveling in my own vehicle. Sasamba sobabili ke naye uKolonel Mathize kodwa ke ihambela ngeyakhe imoto nami ngihambela ngeyami imoto.
And your testimony is that you then arrived at the scene at around 9:10 in the morning, correct?
Uthi nafika ke phayana ngemizuzu elishumi emva kwensimbi yethoba kusasa.
Ewe kunjalo mhlekazi.
That is indeed so. Safika ke yebo ngaye u9:10 ekseni.
Now, from the police officers that were on the scene from the 26th of October, that is Warrant Officer Musia and Captain Zwane, who briefed you of what happened on that scene and who showed you the scene?
Kulama polisa ayesele ekhona phayana kusuku ngaphambili i26 kaOctober umusiya kanye noZwane ngubani owaye wanichazela kanye wanikhombisa iscene leyo xana ekufikeni kwenu?
Lieutenant Zwane.
It's Lieutenant Zwane, my lord. Uyena ke uLieutenant Zwane owasikhombisa ke uma sesifika lapho indawo yesigameko.
And talk to me as well about the other police officers that you found on the scene on the morning of the 27th. Captain Musia spoke about Captain Matebula, Brigadier Ndlovu, and others that I forget. Can you tell me the people that you recognize, high-ranking police officers that were on the scene?
Umsiya uthethile apha ke Brigadier Ndlovu, Captain Zwane. Akhona amanye ongawachaza wena owakhumbulayo owabonayo amapolisa phaya?
Bendiba sengitshilo mhlekazi kule nkundla uba umuntu endandisebenza naye nguLieutenant Zwane. So andizange ndathatha amagama wabanye abantu ababesesinini.
I think I've already informed this court that the person that I was working with was Lieutenant Zwane. So I did not take the names of the other people that were on the scene.
Nomsiya nguye endandisebenza naye.
Together with Msiya, he's the person that I was working with.
Lieutenant Zwane nguye owaye manager iscene.
Lieutenant Zwane is the one who was managing the scene.
Yes, I understand that, but the question is this: other ranking police officials that were there, were they also on the scene in the house, or they were outside at a post designated for command post?
Ndiyakuva ke kodwa endikubuzayo bangaba ke amanye amapolisa ke ranking officers ngaba babe pha endlini nabo okanye babe kwenye nje indawo ngathi yindawo ke babebekelwe yona okanye ikhona indawo babengekho apha phakathi endlini.
Umuntu owayesendlini nguLieutenant Zwane owayemanager i-crime scene Mhlekazi. Yiyo lento ndithi ifocus yami yayi kuZwane ngoba nguye endandisebenza naye. Ababanye ubaba bekhona andizange ndabaqaphela kodwa babengekho kwindawo yexhwayelo.
The person that was in the house is Zwane, and he's the person I put my focus on because he's the one that I was working with and who was managing the scene. Now, if the other people were there, I did not focus them or take note of them, and they were not on the crime scene.
And the debriefing with Captain Zwane, what exactly did he tell you about the scene when you arrived on the morning of the 27th of October 2014?
Kanye yintoni owayixelelwa okanye onayixelelwa nguZwane xana nifika ngalantsasa?
Wasichazela ukuba kuhanelwa ukuthi kube namadoda amabini angenile endlini.
He informed us that it was the suspicion was that two men had entered the house.
Bafike bagorisa ngesibhamu badubula uSenzo Meyiwa.
They came in, threatened them with the firearm and shot at Senzo Meyiwa.
Bathatha ifoni
They took a phone
and then bahamba.
and then they left.
And then uSenzo wabalekiselwe esibhedlele
Senzo was then rushed to the hospital
apho wafika wasweleka khona.
where he unfortunately passed away. Iloko ke abakutshelwa uyena uKenneth Zwane ukuthi ke insolo kwakuwukuthi kwangena amadoda amabili ase esabisa ke labo ababephakathi endlini ngesibhamu kwase kudubuleka yena ke uSenzo kwaphucwa noma kwathathwa futhi ke ne cellphone ngeshwa ke uma efika esibhedlele wabe seyashona.
Talk to me regarding the walkthrough of the scene. Who did you walk through the scene with and how did you conduct that walkthrough?
Xana nisenza ke le uyibiza ngoba yi walkthrough wayenza kunye nabani walkthrough leyo?
I-walkthrough sasiyenza no-Lieutenant Zwane nomsiya.
Together with Lieutenant Zwane and Musia.
And which areas of the house did you conduct that walkthrough?
Niyenza ndawoni apha endlini.
Siqale ngaphandle egcekeni sangena ngaphakathi endlini amagumbi wonke.
We started outside on the premises and then we went into the house, all the rooms.
And at what stage, because remember, Sergeant Musia had arrived at around 00:20 on the morning of the 27th of October 2014 to process the scene. Did you then converse or discuss with him about what he had done on the scene before you proceeded to take pictures of the scene in situ?
Umsiya wayefike phayana ke nge-27. Ngaba ke ngoxana nifika nina. I'm missing here because
Let me repeat it again.
but make it short.
Yes, let me rephrase. Musia testified that he arrived on the scene at 00:20 on the morning of the 27 October 2014.
Umsiya xa bexolela lenkundla yena uthi ixesha abafika ngalo phayana yayi 12:20 ezinzulwini zobusuku nge-27 zika October 2014.
And that when he arrived, Captain Zwane was there, and the two first responding officers, i.e. Mthethwa and Matebula,
Nokuthi ke xa efika Kenneth Zwane wayekhona apho kanye futhi nalamapolisa amabini aba ngamapolisa okuqala ukufika kwindawo yexhwayelo Umthethwa kanye noMathebula.
that Captain Zwane showed him the exhibits that were already found on the scene at the time. And these are the following exhibits.
Nokuba ngaba uma ekufikeni kwakhe uZwane waye wambonisa ezo exhibits ezo zazisele zifunyenwe kakade apho zezi zilandelayo.
The walking crutch on the floor,
Kwakune ntonga induku leyo kuhamba bathi yi-crutch eyayileli phansi.
a fragmented projectile on the floor on the kitchen,
Kwakunale projectile ke ikacaba ke ilimele kanye ke iqhezukile fragmented eyayiphansi
a head,
umnqwazi.
and in the sitting room, 2 alcohol cans.
Kwakunye ke nenkonxa kanye itoti ezimbini zotshwala sitting room.
Now, my question was, did Messiah tell you that he has already secured and even collected some of the exhibits that I've referred to before you started investigating the scene with him?
Ngaphambi kokuba ngaba ke ngoku niqalisa okanye wena uqalisa ukwenza uphando lwakho phayana kunye naye, ingaba wakunika na ezinkcukacha ndigqiba kunika zona ngokuba zikhona izinto awayesele ezifumene ezi ndigqiba kuzibala ndizikhankanya ngoku?
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
Yes, that is correct. Kuyiqiniswa ukuthi uma ngifika lapho ngaphambili ukuthi ngenza uphenyo, umsiya wangitshela ukuthi kwakusekukhona ke ayesekutholile.
And did he show you the exhibits, especially the ones that he had already packaged? Because I believe the crutch was still left on the scene and the 2 big beer cans or alcoholic cans were not packaged yet.
Ingaba ke waye wakubonisa okanye wachazela ngezi wayesele ezipakishile ngoba leyo kahamba yona icrash lena kwakunye netoti ezimbini zotshwala zona zazingekafakwa kwisingxobo sobunqina.
Azange wanibonisa mhlekazi, wangichazela nje basekenze ntoni. If uya back kwi presentation yam ku number 8.
Okay, sorry. He never showed me, but he had just informed me as to what it is that he had already done. And if you go back to my presentation, point number 8,
Kunalapho undibhale khona ubusajeni Msiya wanixelela ukuthi kune investigation akaseyenzile ngelanga langaphambili.
there's a point where I'm mentioning it that Sergeant Musia informed me about the investigation that he did the previous day.
Iyo ke lonto savumelana ukuthi yena uzawuqhubeka ngale investigation ye forensic.
Which is then why we then agreed that he was going to proceed with the forensic investigation,
Ngoba wayeseqalile ngaphambili.
because he had already started the day before.
Now, ma'am, I'm going to go on to another aspect, and I must profess at the outset that I'm so happy that you are here because I want to tap into your knowledge. You've testified that you train other field workers, crime scene field workers, regarding the duties and responsibilities on the scene, correct?
Nokhuluma ke novuyo ukuba ngaba ulapha ke ngoba ndifuna ukufikelela kulwazi lwakho uchilo nokuba ngaba ke amanye amapolisa ke asebenza lapha ngaphandle kufuneke eye kwindawo zoxhwayelo uyawaqeqesha nawo.
Ewe ndiyayenza in service training.
Yes, I do in service training.
Now, as a veteran of the SAPS with 22 years experience and 18 years as an expert in various fields, fingerprints, criminalistic, photography, drugs person, crime scene investigation. What are the duties of first responders when they first come to a scene, especially a shooting incident scene?
Nanjengekhwahla ke intoni umsebenzi masithi ke kumapolisa afike kuqala kulawo athi aqala afike ufumene ingxelo bafike kuqala intoni okanye umsebenzi wabo uquka ntoni intoni into ekufanele bezenzile xa ingaba bafike kuqala kwindawo yexhwayelo.
Andazi noba inkundla inibuza uba intoni endiyenzile na or intoni eyenziwe ngabantu abafika kuqala ku crime scene.
Uzokhumbula uye wathini ukubuzela ngoba ngaba uchilo bangaba uqeqesha amanye amapolisa ngokusebuzela abanye ke ngokuba anikafiki nina kodwa kukho aba baqale bafika aba uthi xa babiza zi-first responders uba uqeqesho obanika lona yintoni okanye zintoni ekufanele bezenzile ukufika njani njengabantu abaqale bafika kwindawo yexhwayelo. Akasabuzeli wena kodwa ubuzela abanye aba kuthiwa zi-first responders.
Inkundla ndiyacinga uba inganibuza kwicala le forensic not kuma first responders.
I think the court can then ask me as far as forensic work is concerned, but not as far as first responders. ukuthi ke labo abaqale bafike ke kwindawo yesigameko ukuthi bona benzani ke cha ngabuzwa ngalokho kodwa ke ngabuzwa kuloko kuphathelene nomsebenzi wama forensic.
Yeah, let's leave it. Let's move on to another aspect of your testimony. It's that Captain Zwane then indicates certain points to you, and thereafter, based on those points indicated, you and Sergeant Musia proceed to process the scene, correct?
Uchilo ke ukuba ngaba kunento ezithile okanye kunendawo uKenneth Zwane awaye wakulathisa zona ukusuka apho ke ngoku kulapho niqale khona ukwenza uphando wena nomsiya.
Kunjalo.
That is correct, my lord. Uyiqiniswe ke ukuthi kamuva kokuthi ke uZwane sikhombisile ke awasikhombisa sona ke ila asaqala khona ke ngokuphenya kanye nomsiya.
What was the condition of the crime scene like when you initially observed it? Because remember, already Musia had processed the crime scene.
I-crime scene lena ibinjani okanye isimo sayo sasinjani ngoba ke uzokhumbula uba umsiya lona ke ebesele eprocessile i-crime scene leyo.
Ndicela ukubuyisela inkundla kuma-photo wami ngoba isini ndayidocumenta ngokuthatha izithombe.
Can I refer the court back to my photos because I documented the scene by taking photos?
Iyo indlela endayifumana ngayo i-crime scene.
That is how I found the crime scene. Makinkantolo ngayibuyisela kuyithombe ke indlela engathola kungayo ke kuyithombe lezo engayithwebula.
Yes, ma'am, I do understand that you documented the scene as you went along, but amongst your duties as a photographer, when you arrive, you must take the general photo of the scene as it is before you start documenting it. Now, my question is that before documenting it, what was its condition?
Ndiyakuva ke okokuba ngaba okanye into uba wathatha ifoto. Kodwa ke xa ufika enye yezinto zenzayo kuba uthatha ifoto ngendlela ekungayo. Kodwa ke ngaphambi kokuthi udocumente ke ngohlobo utsho ngalo isimo sesinde sasinjani?
Sasiyile ndlela endithathe ngayo izithombe.
It was exactly the same way as I took the pictures, sir.
Iyo lento ndibonisile ngezithombe ukuthi indlu ndiyifumene injani ngaphakathi.
Which is why I showed by taking the pictures as to how the house looked like inside.
Now, would I be correct to say, during your processing of the scene, the main focal point of the processing was the kitchen and the kitchen area?
Ndizaba ndinyanisile ke xa ndithi ke ekufikeni kwakho phayana okanye ke oyena ndawo owawugxininise kakhulu kuyo kumsebenzi wakho kulapha ekitchen kanye nalaa ndawo nje okanye i-area le yasekitchen.
Akunjalo mhlekazi.
That is not true. Akusilona ke iqiniso ukuthi ngangigxile ekitchen.
Where did the processing first start when you and Musia processed the scene?
Uqala kwenu ke kunye nomsiya uprocessa isini leyana naqala phi naqala ndawoni?
Asaqala ngaphandle sangena ngaphakathi endlini.
We started outside and we then went into inside the house.
Where outside did you investigate the scene?
Phi phandle.
Siphotographe ubunjani bangaphandle besini.
We photographed the outside as to how it looked like from the outside of the scene.
Then xa sesingena ngaphakathi.
Then when we moved inside.
Xa ke seqala ngokuswapa saqala emnyango.
When we started with the swabbing, we started at the door.
Bedroom 1.
Of bedroom 1.
Now, we know from Mr. Musia's testimony that he's also a fingerprint expert and a crime scene investigation expert. Do you know those skill sets that he possesses?
Umsiya uthe uyi-fingerprint expert kanye ne-crime scene expert unolwazi loko?
Ndiyacinga uba umsiya uyithethile lonto apha ecourt mhlawumbe icourt kwakufanele ukuthi kube yiyo ebuza umsiya ngalonto mhlekazi.
I think Musia mentioned that in court, so I think the court should have asked Musia about that.
Let's move on. Now, you say amongst the areas that you searched with Musia, it was the kitchen, especially the countertops in the kitchen, correct?
Chilo kokuba ngaba ke ezinye zendawo enaye naqoqa kuzo okanye najonga kuzo kunye nomsiya kitchen kwakunye futhi ke ne cupboard okanye i-tops ezapha kitchen.
Naphansi mshekazi.
Even on the floor.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, the two responding officers plus Sergeant Musia testified that they searched the very same countertop, the floor they located that projectile that was fragmented, but when they looked there towards the glass jars, they did not locate the projectile that you located in the morning.
Umsiya kanye namapolisa amabini afika qala phayana ke kwisini leyana ubungqina babo bachilo kokuba ngaba bajonga ke nabo endlini okanye ke basearcha ke nabo endlini projectile le yayiphansi bayibona kodwa napha kulandawo le inezajazi imbini le nafumana kuyo ke la bulleted bathi babejongile naphayana kodwa abazange bafumane nto.
Okay, ndiyavisisa.
Okay, I hear you.
Okay, I'll return to this projectile because it's very important, but let me give you also the versions of other witnesses that were in the house. If you can comment, you can, but if you can't, it's okay.
Ndizaxolela ke uba ngaba bathina bangabanye ababesendlini uba ngaba ke unako uba ungahlomla koko uzawutsho uba unako utsho.
Now, according to Mtokozi Sitwala, after being shot, the victim collapsed or laid on the floor, on the left-hand side of the couch where he was sitting, and there's a carpet there. Have you seen those pictures of the house with regard to the two carpets sitting side by side?
Carpets or couches?
I'm sorry, couches. I'm sorry, couches.
Ngokuka umthokozisi Sithwala ke ngomnye wabantu ababephakathi endlini uthi ke umfilona emveni koba ngaba wathi wadutshulwa waye ke wachwechwa ke wahubuluza ke wayolala kwindawo kwenye izindawo zivezwayo ngoku apha ufuna uqonda kuba ngaba wazibona na ezi couches imbili ungakaphenduli.
I know it's a very general statement, but it's not entirely correct.
Yeah,
It's not precise.
He never said he saw Senzo being shot. So,
Let me rephrase. Did you process the sitting room for blood?
I-sitting room leyana ingaba nayiprocessa nayo iprocessela igazi.
Kunjalo mshekazi.
Yes, that is so, my lord.
Sorry, now on page 64, evidence is that on that couch where there's an object, a pinkish, lime greenish object, the deceased or the victim was seated there prior to the intruders entering, and after he was injured, he laid and fell on that carpet there on the floor. Did you process that area for blood?
Ubungqina ke bokuba ngaba ke wayehleli phayana ke kula couch leyana emveni kokuba ngaba ke okanye sele echaniwe ke imbumbulu waye wawela phaya kula carpet ibonayo phaya ingaba ufuna uqonda ke waye wayijonga napha okanye waprocessa phaya kula carpet usebenza ngale ayi-photo.
I think the deceased was seated on the couch on the opposite side.
yeah. You're placing the deceased on the wrong couch.
Yes, I see that, my lord. Let me withdraw that, my lord. Yeah, sorry, it's on this side because let me put it into context. There's a TV stand and there's the corner of this couch here. You observed blood droplets on the other side between the couch and the TV stand, correct?
Kune TV stand phaya bujonga phaya kula photo ne kunale couch ekoneni yala couch ngaba waye wabona kusini na igazi phakathi kwestand kunye nekona ye couch leya.
Likhona igazi endalibona mshekazi if sijonga ku page ku photo number 66.
Yes, there is blood which I saw. If we were to look on photo 66,
Qala ku 65 ukuyotsho ku 67.
starting from 65 up to 67.
That one on the opposite side. 65. Now, on that side, on the right-hand side, not this one, the sofa on the right, where it is alleged that the victim collapsed there, did you conduct a search there for the blood?
Hayi kule ibonakalayo phaya kodwa kwengenye le ingabonakaliyo isofa. Ingaba ke wajonga kusini na phayana ujonga igazi.
No, kwakungekho gazi mhlekazi. So anzange ndajonga gazi.
So there wasn't any blood, so I never looked for blood.
And Kaya Ngashe as well, who was a neighbor, testified that upon their return from the park searching for suspects, he entered the house through the kitchen, and on the hallway, at the entrance of the kitchen opposite bedroom 1, they found the victim laying down there.
Ukhaya ke umfana wasebumelwaneni. Uthi xa babebuya epakini beyojonga ke abahanelwa okanye abantu abo kwakuthiwa bangenile. Wangena phakathi endlini naye. Uthi ke xa ungena ekitchen apho kune passage phayana bafumana umfi eleli khona phaya.
Now, were you told about that area that it's a possible area for DNA analysis?
Ingaba waxelelwa kusini na ngaloo ndawo leyo le athi ke uthi ukhaya bambona eleli kuyo ba nayo indawo eya kwakunothi nenze uphando kuyo for DNA?
Ndandingenayo lo information mhlekazi.
I didn't have that information. Ukuthi ke ukhaya ngache wathini ukuthi bamthola eleli kuphi ke angizange ngikutshelwe lokho.
Now, let's go back to this projectile that you located at the countertops near the kitchen. Exactly what attracted you to those glass jars that made you look there for the projectile?
Intoni kanye le iyantsalayo eyabangela ukuba ngaba ke maniyojonga phayana okanye ujonge phaya kweza jars zimbini apho le bullet head wayifumana khona?
Bendiba ndichazele inkundla ukuthi ngokubona umonakalo osesihlalwe osemnyango sajonga uba ibullet ayiphumelanga emnyango ayiphumelanga ngapha kwelacala saye sasearcha phezu kwekhabhathi not specifically kulama glass jars.
I think I informed the court about that, that I saw the damage on the door and also looked as to whether did the bullet go out on the other side of the door. And my lord, as a result of that, we then looked around that cupboard area. We did not specifically look at the jars, but we looked there.
Ngoba kwakunezinye izinto ezaziphezu kwekhabhathi but ibullet yafumaneka emva kwama glass jars.
Because there were other items that were on top of the cupboard, but the bullet was found behind the glass jars. Ukuthi sasingongwa ukuthi ke sibheke labo jeke labo kodwa ke ukuthi sabheka ukuthi inhlamvu yashaya kuphi nokubheka ukuthi ayiphumelanga yini ngale kwesicapha sase sibheka khona lapha hayi ukuthi sasibheke ojeke kwakukhona nokunye ke kodwa sabheka khona lapha.
Now, on this next question, you can comment if you have a comment. If you don't comment. Sergeant Messiah testified that by looking at the damage to especially the bullet hole to that kitchen door and seeing that he cannot find the projectile anywhere when he searched, he assumed that the projectile may have fallen into the crevices or between the panels of that door. Can you comment on that?
Comment. Because he was clear. He says he found nothing there.
Okay, let me leave it a minute. Let me leave it a minute. Now, in searching for, let's talk about that corner at the glass jars. Are you allowed to remove objects in order to search a particular area for bullet evidence?
Masijonge ke kula kona apha ijazi khoyo ngaba nivumelekile kusini na okanye uvumelekile kusini na uba ngaba usiswe izinto xa ukhangela ke okanye kunento ikhangelayo?
Ewe ndivumelekile mhlekazi.
Yes, I am allowed.
And this projectile that you found, by just mere looking at it, did it have any blood stains on it, or what was its condition?
Le bullet head lena nayifumanayo okanye wayifumanayo ngokuyijonga nje ingaba yawunawo kusini na amaxhoboza egazi?
Yengenawo mhlekazi. If sijonga ku photo number.
It didn't have any. If we were to look on photo, the witness is still looking for the photo.
Photo number 127, iyabonisa ibullet indlela le efumaneke ngakhona.
Photo 127, it depicts the bullet in the manner in which it was found. Masibheka ke lesi sithombe u127 ukuthi ke kwangekho gazi lalikhona ke futhi ke indlela ke ibullet leya eyatholakala ngakhona.
And did you observe any blood stains in and around that damage at the kitchen door?
Kula ndawo yomonakalo pha kwicango oliyana lase kitchen ingaba wabona kusini na khona igazi walibona kusini na phaya?
Alikho mhlekazi.
None. Akunagazi ke ngalibona la isicapha esalimala khona.
And what about blood stains in and around the area where this projectile was allegedly found at the glass jars?
Kula ndawo ineza jazi imbini zeglass. Phaya khona akho gazi lalifumaneka pha okanye amaqhawe egazi ayefumaneka pha?
Alikho mhlekazi.
None, my lord. Nala inhlamvu ke eyatholakala khona akunagazi ke elalikhona.
My Lord, if I can have a second, I'm just about to wrap up to see if I'm not leaving anything behind. Now, there's testimony by Zandile Khumalo that when the first shot, that will be the shot that hit the kitchen floor, was fired, she suffered an injury to her ankle. Do you know if pictures of that injury on Zandile Khumalo were taken at any stage during investigations, either on the 26th or the 27th of July?
Kubungqina bakhe uZandile
October,
Khumalo.
sorry, 2014.
Kubungqina bakhe uZandile Khumalo waxelela lenkundla ukuba kwawuthi kwakutsho isithonga soqala esisabetha phansi waye wafumana ukonzakala apha kuye unyaweni okanye eqatheni. Unolwazini kusini na ukuba ngaba zikhona ifoto ezathathwayo zokonzakala kwakhe enyaweni uZandile Khumalo noma kwange-27 okanye emveni koko?
Anginalo ulwazi mhlekazi.
I have no knowledge, sir.
Now, finally, regarding the arrival of Captain Mangena on the scene, do you know what time he arrived on the scene?
Usalazi ixesha awafika ngalo uMangena pha kwisini?
Angilazi ixesha awafika ngalo kodwa mina ndandisekwindawo yeqhayelo ngelo xesha.
I don't know the time on which he arrived, but I was already on the crime scene when he arrived. Ukuthi uMangena wafika sikhatsini angikwazi kodwa wangifica sengilapho.
And his ballistic investigation, was it done in your presence or you already left?
By Mangena.
Mangena, yes.
Okay. Uphando olwenziwa nguMangena walenza ukhona okanye nikhona okanye nani wawusele umkile?
Ndandisekhona esenini mhlekazi.
I was still at the scene.
As the court pleases, my lord, those are my questions for the witness.
Thank you. Yes, for number 3, cross-examination.
Thank you, my lord. What investigation, ma'am, did Mr. Mangena do at the scene?
Loliphi uphando olwenziwa nguMangena phaya?
Inoba if angabizwa kule nkundla mhlekazi uzafika lichaze ngoba into endiyaziyo uyi-ballistic expert.
Maybe if Mangena was to be called to this court, he will be able to explain. But what I do know is that Mangena is a ballistic expert.
You were at the scene, ma'am. You could see, you could observe what Mr. Mangena did at the scene. Can you please tell the court what Mr. Mangena did at the scene? What investigation did you do at the scene?
Ngexesha ke wayesenza uphando lakhe uchazele lenkundla uba loluphi uphando awayelenza uMangena.
Uzawufika uKenneth Mangena azochaza uba wenze intoni kwi-crime scene njengokuba ndisitsho ukuthi wayeze for i-ballistic mna ndandiye for i-forensic so nguye ozawuchazela le nkundla uba yintoni akayenzile kwi-crime scene.
Colonel Mangena will come and inform this court as to what it is that he did. As I've mentioned to the court that he was there for ballistic investigation, I was there for forensic investigation.
So you're refusing to answer this question, ma'am?
witness has explained that she can't speak for Lieutenant Colonel Mangena. He'll come and testify, and those questions can be asked to him.
Yes, Mr. Mnisi?
As it please the court, my lord, the basis for the objection, in my view, has got no merits. This witness told us what is it that Mr. Musia did at the scene. And no, I'm talking about Mr. Musia. This witness told this court what is it that Mr. Musia did at the scene, because herself and Mr. Musia were at the scene. Mr. Mangena is arriving at the very same scene where this witness is. This witness says, no, I'm unable to attest to what Mr. Mangena did at the scene. Then Mr. Mangena will have to come testify on his own. That's the same analogy.
As a court, please, I think my learned friend, with respect, has got the wrong end of the stick. The witness testified that Warrant Officer Musia did brief her about what he has done on the scene, and that is not the same with Colonel Mangena. So, court, please.
Please the court,
Yes, Mr. Mnisi, we can explore that angle if you want to.
Mr. Mangena, ma'am, arrives in your presence. And the reason why I'm asking this, mind you, we are a police, 18 years, forensic investigator, seen crime scene management, a police of 20 years experience in the service of the South African Police Services. Arrives at a scene where you are as well as a crime scene expert. Arrives another expert. You requested to explain what did that expert do at the scene. You say go and ask the other expert. Is that how it works with the police?
Indlela ekusetshenziswa ngayo esipoliseni leyo ba xa ndikubuza lo muntu ufika ukhona nawe balileke yonke iminyaka yakho othunayo esipoliseni bangaba ngengoku uphendule ngelithi hamba ubuza kuye indlela ekusetshenziswa ngayo esipoliseni.
Ndicela ucacisele le nkondla mhlekazi.
May I explain to the court, my lord?
Xa siya kwi-crime scene singamaphoyisa, sibuya kuma-sections are different.
When we go to we attend to a crime scene as police, we are coming from different sections.
Omnye xa kebiziwe kwi-crime scene uzokwenza uphando lwakhe olo akalibizelwe.
When a person attends to a crime scene, goes there to do the investigation or the particular investigation that the person has been called for or to come and do.
So mna nomsiya sasikwi-crime scene for i-forensic.
Myself and Musia attended the crime scene for forensic purposes.
And then Colonel Mangena waye kwi-forensic for i-ballistic.
And Colonel Mangena was there for ballistic purposes.
Yiyo ke lonto ndithi uColonel Mangena uzawuzochazela inkundla uba wenze ntoni yena kwihlandlo lakhe le-ballistic.
Hence, I am then informing the court that Colonel Mangena will personally come and inform this court as to what it is that he did on his side of the ballistic.
I still don't get it, ma'am, but let me try to find it. Are you then saying to this court that you did not see what Mangena did at the scene?
Ingaba uzama ukuthi awuzange ukubone awayekwenza uMangena phaya?
Mhlekazi kwi-crime scene ndandifocuse kwizinto ze-forensic.
Sir,
uColonel Mangena wayesenza izinto zakhe ze-ballistic.
Sir, I was focusing on my focus was on the forensic side of investigation, and Colonel Mangena, his focus was on the ballistic side of investigation.
So andingekwazi ukuqikelela kule court ukuthi uColonel Mangena wenze this and that.
I cannot guess to this court and say this is what Mangena did and that.
I'm not suggesting that you should guess as an eyewitness, but nonetheless, as an eyewitness, I thought you would be helpful to this court, but I realize that you've got problems. Did Mr. Mangena arrive with his own photograph at the scene?
Ingaba wafika nomfoti ongowakhe uMangena phaya kanye photographer eyakhe.
uMangena uyazenzela umsebenzi wakhe.
Mangena does his own job.
Uba kunyanzeleke uba athathe izithombe uyazithathela izithombe akathathelwa ndini.
If there is a need for him to take pictures, he does that by himself. I don't take pictures for him.
Simple logic question, ma'am, that even a standard sub A would understand. Did Mr. Mangena
I think my learned friend is being sarcastic. May we ask him to withdraw that part of the question.
Ma'am, simple logic
Just
question.
respect the person in the witness box.
As it please the
Please.
court, my lord. Ma'am, this is a simple question. Simple question. I'm asking you if Mr. Mangena arrived at the scene with his own photographer. I'm not asking whether you did not have to take photos for him or you are taking photos for Mr. Mangena or what does Mr. Mangena do? That's a simple question.
Uthi ke ulula lo mbuzo awubuzayo akabuzanga ke ukuba ngaba ucele wena okanye ubuzile nje uba wafika nomfoti wakhe kusini na.
Njengokuba nisitsho uba uKenneth Mangena umsebenzi wakhe ngoweballistic. Kwi-ballistic wenza yonke into okufanele ukuthi ayenze. So andiyiva inkundla xa inibuza uba weza nephotograph yakhe na.
I told this court that Mangena does everything by himself, and which is ballistic related. So I don't understand when you ask me whether he brought his own photographer.
I'm going to take it, ma'am, that you are avoiding this question, but nonetheless, it's fine. You went to the scene as what?
Isin lena ukuyeni kwakho kuyo waya uyintoni okanye waya ngolphutlo waya usiya uyintoni pha kwisini.
Ndiyintoni on which kanjani?
What do you mean?
Police.
I was a police officer. What do you mean?
In your capacity as what? You know what I'm asking about, ma'am. In what capacity did you attend the scene?
Ngaba wawusiya uyothini okanye uyokwenza ntoni?
Ndiyonceda nge-forensic investigation.
To assist with forensic investigation.
In what way?
Ngaluphi uhlobo?
Njengoba ndiyichazile mhlekazi. Kwi-crime scene umsiwe wayesefikile eyokwenza i-forensic investigation. Sithe xa sibizwa thina sahamba sayoqhubeka nophando obeke selenza lwe-forensic.
Just as I've already mentioned that Msia had already done the forensic investigation. So when we were called to the scene, we went there to go and proceed with the investigation that he had already started with.
So you went to the scene as a forensic investigator.
And a forensic investigator.
Kunjalo
That's
mhlekazi.
correct.
And a photographer.
Numfoti.
Kunjalo
That's
mhlekazi.
correct.
Is there any capacity in which you attended the scene?
Okunye, khona okunye.
I-forensic ne-photography ne-fingerprint investigation esayenza.
We also did fingerprint investigation.
Now, on those things, on those aspects that you've just mentioned now, what was your expertise?
Kwezi zinto ke ngoku ugqiba kuzikhankanya okanye ugqiba ukuzitsho amava akho ke okanye ulwazi lwakho owawunalo ngokuphathelene nozo zinto ezo lwalusithini?
Andiwuva umbuzo
I
wenkundla.
don't understand your question.
We have mentioned fingerprints, we have mentioned photography, we have mentioned forensic. Now I'm asking you, of those things which you have mentioned, what exactly was your particular expertise?
Yephi eyona ongathi ke ewawu unolwazi kuyo okanye ke unamava kuyo kwezi uzibaleleyo ze-fingerprint, i-photography, i-forensic, kodwa yephi eyona ungathi ke nansi mna endigxininisa kuyo okanye endinolwazi kuyo?
Criminalistic expert ne-fingerprint expert.
Criminalistic expert and fingerprint expert.
Lolu lwazi endinalolo.
That is the expertise that I have.
I did not get the first one, criminal expert
Criminalistic.
or criminalistic. What would that mean, ma'am?
Ithetha ukuthini ke le?
Uku-investigator isini ngokupheleleyo.
To investigate the scene in full.
Thank you.
Uqokelele wonke ama-exhibit owafumana esinini if akhona.
Collect all the exhibits that you find on the scene, if there are any.
Thank you, ma'am. This court has heard Actually, it's Mr. Musia who said that there were two teams from the police unit.
Sorry, before you answer that, Mr. Baloyi, I'm referring this to every council in the House. Remember, the evidence of Musia was that it took swaps, 1 up to 12.
Yes.
Were these admitted? Like, for instance, the photographs in the list of admissions?
No.
They're not admitted?
No, it's not in the list
Okay,
of
fine.
admissions.
Yes, you continue.
As it please the court, my lord. Now, Musia told this court that there were two groups of police who arrived at the scene. Number one, it was the Special Task Unit, and the second one was the Crime Scene Management Unit, if my memory serves me well.
Umsiya ke uthethe ngegroup ezimbini ke zamapolisa ezafikayo i-task team kanye futhi ne-crime scene management.
Now,
I hear you.
Now, which of the two did you belong?
Okwephi wena kwezi zimbini?
Mna ndibuya kwi-crime scene management.
I'm from crime scene management, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. When you attend a scene as from the crime scene management, in a situation where we have been informed that there's been a shooting, what equipment will you take along?
Xa usuka ke ku-crime scene management uya ke kwindawo yesehlo okanye ovileyo okanye oxelelweyo bangaba ke kwaye kwanodubulo zeziphi izixhobo nizithatha okanye uzithatha uhambe nazo?
Kwi-crime scene management mhlekazi sisebenzisa izixhobo ezininzi zoku-investigator.
From on the side of crime scene management, we make use of different equipment in investigating.
Ndizawubalula nje ezimbalwa.
I'll just mention a few.
Siba ne-camera,
A camera,
ama-light source,
light source,
ama-cones,
cones,
ama-cones, nama-forensic exhibit bag,
forensic exhibit bags,
ama-stepping tools, stepping plates,
stepping plates,
ukhankanya nje ezimbalwa.
just to mention but a few.
Ne-metal detector siyayiphatha nayo.
We also carry metal detector.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, that is in general, not so. Now, let's concentrate specifically to the scene which you attended on the 27th. What instrument did you use?
Uyachaza nje ngokwesiqhelo ke enidla ngokodwa ke ngokuxa sithetha ngale ke ngoku isina nge-27 zeziphi kwe owawuziphethe?
Endazisebenzisa ngama-light sources ne-camera.
Those which I made use of were the light sources as well as the camera,
Ne-measuring tape,
as well as the measuring tape
ne-cone.
and the cone.
Thank you.
Nama-exhibit bag.
As well as exhibit bags.
What are the functions of the exhibit bags?
Why?
What are the functions of exhibit bags?
Umsebenzi we-exhibit bags.
Kuqoqa ubungqina ubufake ebhegini obubuthe bafumaneka kwi-crime scene.
Is to collect evidence, that which has been found in the crime scene, and put it in the bag.
Am I correct, ma'am? Actually, let me not say, am I correct? Are there any exception with regard to the packaging of exhibits into the forensic bags? Are there any exceptions with regard to the packaging of exhibits that are found at the scene
Ingaba
in the forensic bags?
kunendlela na okanye kukhona apho kuthiwa hayi ngoku kulena kwesi isimo sizokwenza nje okanye sizawukwenzelela okanye sizokwenza nje ngokukhethekileyo ngendlela ekufanele kufakwe ngayo ubungqina kwezi zinqobo ezizobungqina?
Ubungqina bufakwa ngendlela ekhethekile mhlekazi.
Exhibits are placed or are packaged in a certain way,
Ngendlela esiqeqeshwe ngayo.
according to how we were trained.
May you please take this court through your training on how you package exhibits?
Khayichazele ke inkundla ke ngendlela ke niye nidibaniso kanye ke nipake ubungqina ngayo.
Xa ufumana i-exhibit endaweni yeqhayelo, uyayifaka kwilento njengalapha photo number 128, uyayifaka kwi-envelope.
When you find an exhibit on a crime scene, just like on photo number 128, you place it in an envelope.
Then ube soyifaka kwi-exhibit, uvale leyo envelope ube soyifaka kwi-exhibit bag.
You then seal or you then close that envelope and place it inside an exhibit bag.
Ube soyivala leyo exhibit bag.
You seal that exhibit bag
Because xa uyifumana ivulekile.
because when you find it, it is open.
Then xa usewufake ubungqina phakathi funeke ukuvalele.
And once you have placed evidence or exhibit inside, you then seal it.
Ube sowudocumenta ke ibag leyo osile kuyo lento ubungqina obo.
You then document that particular bag in which the evidence or the exhibit is placed in,
Nobungqina obo bufake ngaphakathi.
as well as the exhibit that has been placed inside.
Why is it necessary, ma'am, to put a particular exhibit into an envelope before you put it in the forensic bag?
Kubaluleke ngantoni ukuthi njengohlobo kwenzeke ngalo apha kuba phambi koba ngaba uyifake kwesi sinqobo esi uqale uyifake kwi-envelope uqala?
Ukuprotecta i-integrity yobungqina ukuthi buthi xa bufika apho buya khona bufike busenjalo the way ubufumene ngakhona kwi-crime scene.
It is to protect the integrity of the exhibit that as is found on the crime scene, that when it gets to the point where it is being sent, it is still in the very same condition that it was found in,
Kungabi ne-contamination.
that there's no contamination.
Are these envelopes also provided by the Forensic Science Laboratory?
Nazo ziphuma ke kwi-forensic science laboratory i-envelopes ezi
Azifumane ke-ofisini.
from the office.
But that's the point. Forensic Science Laboratory provides you with forensic exhibit bags, not so?
Iyo kanye point leyo i-forensic science laboratory ininika i-exhibit bags andithi?
Kunjalo
That's
mhlekazi.
correct.
And then why do you use just before that? And you will agree with me that forensic exhibit bags have undergone vigorous testing, not so?
Ziyavavanywa ke i-bags ezo kanye ke izinqobo ezi zobungqina andithi kanye sine-testing eziye zidlule kuyo.
Ndiyiva ngawe leyo mhlekazi.
I'm hearing that from you, sir.
20 years and 18 years as a forensic investigator. Nonetheless, forensic exhibit bags, ma'am, they go through vigorous testing to guard against exactly what you have just told to this court, that there should be no contamination, there should be no interference with the exhibits.
Ziye ke zitestwe ke kanye zigqithe ke testing ke ezininzi ukuthintela kanye oku ugqibothetha ngako i-contamination ezo.
Mhlekazi anisebenzi ngokutesta ama-forensic bag. Njengokuba ndichazile uba xa ucollector ama-exhibit funeke uwapackage ngendlela yokuthi xa wezawufika kwi-forensic funeke kungabi na-contamination afike esenele integrity owafumene ngayo kwi-crime scene.
Sir, it is not my duty, or I don't work in that section where they test forensic bags. Just as I explained to the court that you place the exhibits in the forensic bag to protect the integrity and the contamination, that when it gets to the point where it is being sent, it is still in the very same condition that it was found in.
Exactly, that's my point, ma'am. Who tests the very same envelope that you pick up from your office to determine that it has got no foreign objects, or it has got no foreign, I don't know how to put it, but it has got nothing in it that can contaminate the very same exhibit that you put in that envelope. Let me take it slowly, Mr. Jonas. Who tests the very same envelope that you simply pick up in one of your offices at the police station to make sure that it is contaminated, it has got nothing in it that will contaminate the very same object or exhibit that you put in it, which you so dearly want to preserve from contamination.
Kwa envelope leyo enifumana ke officeini leyo kubani ke ngoku oye ayivavanye ukwenza eso siqinisekiso esi uthetha ngaso kanye uba ngaba ke akukho liphazamiseko lwenzekayo kobu bungqina obu nifuna ke ngoku bufike apho buyakhona bukwesa simo besifumaneke ngaso.
Le envelope mhlekazi ayicholwanga nje officeini, ezi envelopes zithengelwa zona uqoqa ubungqina.
This envelope was not just picked up from somewhere in the office. These envelopes are bought exactly for that purpose to collect exhibits.
Yiyo lento sizisebenzisa kuma crime scenes.
Which is now the reason why we make use of them at crime scenes.
You say, where do we buy them, eh? Where do we buy these envelopes?
How is this going to help us resolve the issue of this case, which is the murder, alleged murder of the deceased, the alleged use of an unlicensed firearm, the alleged use of unlicensed ammunition through which a licensed firearm could operate? This witness, she tells you, she finds the exhibit bags already manufactured. Unless you want to put it to him that the ones he used, they were contaminated, fine. And then he uses them, like he has done for the past 22 years. Now we are being taken on a trip about the manufacturing of the exhibit bags. If you have any fault which you think you find concerning the exhibit bags, specifically that they were incapable of forming a frame between the exhibit and the contamination, put it to her. But she can't be expected to explain how the manufacturing of an exhibit bag occurs. She's not an expert in that. Are you? Hello? I mean in the manufacture of exhibit bags.
No, akunjalo.
Do you know how they are manufactured?
Yes, bazenzo kanjani?
No, andazi mhlekazi.
Have you ever been in a factory where they are manufactured?
Okay, why ukufika lapho zenzo khona? No.
Right, please, let's get on this, please.
Yes, please, the court. That's not what I'm disputing, my Lord, unfortunately.
What are you disputing?
She's spoken of an envelope.
Yes.
Yes.
Which you actually put it to her. It's supplied by the forensic laboratory.
No, that's not what I said to her, my Lord, which is the reason why I'm probing that aspect.
Sorry, these forensic envelopes, where are they found? Where do you get them from? Okay, Bazaar, Pick and Pay, where?
Zifunyana pet envelopes.
Zifumane ke officeini mhlekazi.
From the office, my lord.
Aziyathengwa yi-office.
The office buys them.
Okay. Right, sir, go on.
Ma'am, are those envelopes? Well, I'm not even so sure whether I need to proceed with this point because apparently the court has already made up the mind. But nonetheless, ma'am, let us go to the
concerned with relevancy. Relevancy. I don't make up my mind without listening to the evidence. If that evidence is relevant to the crime which the accused are allegedly charged with, fine, it's relevant.
Yes, my lord. But now let me also address this court on relevance, exactly
Yes.
on the basis of what the court has just
fine,
said.
go on.
you see.
No problem.
I think I've got all the permission to probe this question in the manner in which I've been doing it, because in the charge in the indictment, it is alleged that there was a firearm that was used, and particularly that firearm is linked to one of the accused persons here through a through a bullet that was found at the scene. The packaging.
A bullet which can be contaminated, is that what you are getting at?
It's possible, my lord.
Yeah, fine.
It's possible.
Because she told you that on page photo 127, she took a close-up of the pellet, the bullet, which was found behind the jars. When you asked or texted by Mr. accused number 1 and 2's counsel, whether there was blood on the bullet or not.
Yes,
Fine.
my lord.
Okay, proceed.
But my lord, it does not end up there. The quest does not end up there. Remember, we have packaging, with the transportation,
Yes,
we have the receipts.
yes.
The chain must speak for itself.
Right, but now we are talking about the quality of the envelopes or the forensic bags.
Yes, my lord.
If you think they were contaminated or they were incapable of not being contaminated, you can put it to her. Because she says she's told her office. Okay.
It's fine, my lord. Ma'am, is it procedural to simply pick up an envelope from your office, take it to the scene, when you have got forensic evidence, when you have got forensic bag, find an exhibit at the scene, instead of you putting it directly into the forensic bag, and you put it into an envelope? Is that
Ngaba
procedural?
kuyinqubo kusini na esipoliseni ukuba ngaba ke uthathe nje i-envelope ofisini uye ke ku-crime scene endaweni yokuba uyifake ngqo kwisinqobo esi ke seyiplastiki uske uqale uyifake envelopini kuyinqubo yasesipoliseni kusini na?
Ngichazele inkundla mhlekazi ukuthi lama envelope sorry athengelwe kona umsebenzi wokucollect ama exhibit ku crime scene.
I did inform the court, my lord, that these envelopes were precisely bought for that purpose to collect exhibits from a crime scene and put them in them.
I-exhibit xa uyicollecta kwi-crime scene awuvele uyithathe uyilahlele kwi-forensic bag.
When you gather or collect an exhibit from a crime scene, you don't just take that exhibit and put it into a forensic bag.
Kufanele uyiqoqe uyipackage ngendlela right upreserve ubungqina bayo njengoba uyifumene kwi-crime scene.
You need to collect it in order to preserve it as found on the crime scene.
As envelopes ke zisetyenziselwa loo nto.
These envelopes are then used for that purpose.
Sorry, Mr. You can't show the photo with the envelope. Something that I want to check. Ma'am, are you then saying that when an exhibit is found at the scene, it is irregular for that exhibit to be directly put in the forensic bag before it is put into an envelope?
Ingaba uthi asiyonqubo kusini na uba ngaba xa ufumana ubungqina kwi-crime scene uba ubuthathe ngobunjalo babo ubufake kule ngaphandle koba ubufake envelopini uthi ayondlela yokwenza leyo?
Kuxhomekeka ukuba ngobungqina obunjani obo.
It depends on the exhibit found or what kind of an exhibit it is.
I'm talking about cartridges, things that have been fired from a firearm that are found at the scene.
Ngithetha ke ngoku ngamakhoba into eziphuma kumpu.
Sisebenzisa i-envelope, kwelinye ixesha sisebenzisa ama ziploc bags.
We make use of envelopes and certain on other occasions it would be block bags. Would it block?
Ziploc bags.
Oh, sorry, Ziploc bags.
Uyifake khona then ube soyifaka kwisingxobo esi esigcina ama exhibit.
You place it in them and then you place them into the forensic bags.
Back to my question, is it then irregular for a projectile, a bullet point, or even an empty cartridge that is found at a scene to be directly put in an exhibit bag before it is put into the box that you have just mentioned and or an envelope?
Endikubuza ke ngoku ngaba akuhambiselani nenqubo kanye nomthetho wasesipoliseni na uba ngaba uyithathe xa uyifumana ngobunjalo bayo uyifake kule ungakhange uyifake kwi-envelope okanye kwi-ziploc bag?
Kwi-forensic asiyenzi loo nto mhlekazi.
We don't do that as far as forensic is concerned.
Kufanele ubungqina sibuqoqe ngokufanelekile, sipreserve.
Evidence should be gathered or collected in a proper way and preserve it.
Thank you. Just before we adjourn, I realize just one thought. fact, we can adjourn. We can talk a short adjournment, my lord. I'll proceed with this line after one or two.
No, fine. For my purposes, to understand, is it possible to get a forensic envelope or an envelope which you normally say you use to place exhibits in order not for them to be contaminated and to be found in the same state as they were when you pick them up and package them into that particular envelope?
Asking if she can bring the envelope.
Yeah, I'm just asking. Do you have?
Ndizawuyicela office
I'll go and ask for the office. my
Where,
lord.
your office is where, by the way?
Iphi office yini?
Ndiseprotea Glenim.
I'm in Protea Glen.
Okay, fine. If it should happen that your evidence should go up to tomorrow, is it possible to bring that?
Uba nangomso usaqhubeka uzokwazi ungakwazi uza nayo.
Ndizakwazi ukuyicela
I
mhlekazi.
will be able to go and
Mr.
ask for
Baloyi, why
it.
can't we ask you through the state to bring that information?
We will arrange that.
Can you do that? Yeah, so that we know what we're talking about. Maybe we're talking about an envelope from Shisanyam. Shall we adjourn?
That is the reason why I earlier on asked you, ma'am, whether you know whether the exhibit bag that are supplied from and by the Forensic Science Laboratory are going through some testing, and then you said I should go and ask the people from the Forensic Science Laboratory, not so?
Ilonto ke bendikubuzile mayelana ne-testing lena eyenziwayo kwezi bags ezi bendikubuzela ngenxa ke ngoku yale mpendulo unikeza ngayo ngoku waba usithi ke mandiyobuza kubo.
Iyo lento niphendulile ndathi andinalwazi ukuthi bazimanufacture kanjani mhlekazi.
Which is why I responded by saying I have no knowledge as to how do they manufacture them.
I'm putting it to you, ma'am, that there's no need for an exhibit that is picked up at the scene to be put into some bag that doesn't come from the Forensic Science Laboratory before it is put into the Forensic Science Laboratory's bag.
From a bag that doesn't come?
I'm saying.
Wait, are you putting to her that there's no need
Yes.
for an exhibit to be put in an envelope
Yes.
which doesn't come from the Forensic Science Laboratory? Is that what you're saying?
Let me repeat my question, madam.
Yes, please.
I'm putting it to you, ma'am, that there's no need for an exhibit that is picked up at a scene
Ndithi kuwe ke akho mfuneko ukuba ngaba ke bungqina obucholiweyo kwindawo yexhwayelo
to be put in an envelope
uba bufakwe envelopini
before it is put into a forensic bag.
ngaphambi kokuba ngaba bufakwe kwesi sinqobo ke ngokusiyi plastic. Mgama uthi akho mfuneko yoba buqale envelopini. Kamanye amagama nje uthi ingathathwa lanto ifakwe ngqo straight up ingakhange ifakwe envelopini akho mfuneko.
Andivumelani nawe mhlekazi.
I disagree with you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm at the end of this. I'm going to request the court to assist us in terms of Section 186 to invite an expert from the Forensic Science Laboratory just to come and attest to the process that is being followed when exhibits are picked up at the scene and the usages of forensic exhibit bags.
Ke uzokwenza isicelo ke okanye kunelixa apho ke azokwenza khona isicelo enkundleni uba incede ngoba kubiziswe umuntu ke wapha eFSL azochaza ke ngenkqubo mayelana xa kucholwa ubungqina.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ungayenza mhlekazi lonto kodwa
Yes.
if ujonga amafoto.
You can do that, but if
Amaphoto-
you look at the photos, sorry.
Amafoto awona uxoka iyabonisa i-envelope ukuthi nansi i-bullet point ifunyenwe kwabekwe i-envelope utsanikwayo.
Photos would not tell lies because the envelope is placed there, and next to the envelope there is a bullet. Ewe.
Then le envelope yafakwa phakathi with the exhibit number kwale envelope yase forensic.
And that envelope was then taken and placed into the forensic bag with a forensic number.
Yasilwa ya photographer nama details wase station.
Sealed photograph together with the station details.
Na photo 130 ne close up number ye exhibit.
As
back
well
lay.
as photo 130, there is a close-up view of the bag.
If i-court beyingixelela uba mhlawumbi le ungixelela uba le exhibit ayifikanga ikuke sisimo kwi-forensic or biology or ballistic.
If you were putting it to me or you were telling me that when this bag reached the forensic or the biology unit, it was not in this manner,
Bendiza kuva uba uthini.
I would have understood what you were saying.
Thank you, ma'am.
Kodwa okwangoku andikakuva uba uthini.
But for now, I really don't get what you're saying.
Please hear me and hear me well, ma'am. This is what I'm saying. You're saying in photo number 128, there's an envelope, and next to it there's a bullet, and in photo number 129, it's an indication of a bullet that has been put in an envelope, and the envelope already put into a forensic bag. That's all.
Ucho Andiba?
Kunjalo
That's
mhlekazi.
correct.
I'm not so sure whether you know this, but do you know why forensic bags are made to be transparent?
Ngabe unolwazi
The color
na-
of forensic bag.
ba kutheni na ingqoba ezi ke okanye izingqobo ezi zenziwa ngohlobo lokuba ngaba ke ukwazi ubona phakathi kuzo?
Ndiyayazi loo nto mhlekazi.
I do know that.
Exactly. Why?
Kungoba
Ukuthi kubonakala ukuba yintoni efakwe ngaphakathi.
so that you're able to see as to what is inside.
Thank you. And I'm asking these questions on the basis of what you've just explained here. Go to picture number 129, photo number 129. With your analogy, with your explanation, may you kindly indicate where is the bullet there? As depicted in photo number 129, where's the bullet there? Or where is the exhibit that has just been next to the envelope in photo number 128?
Then the bullet, EP upper kule photo
Iphakathi kwale envelope
inside the
forensic
envelope,
bag.
which is in the forensic bag.
What confirmation, ma'am, except what you're saying, that this bullet is inside this envelope?
Kuyabonisa apha kubhaliwe exhibit 1. Ifakiwe kwi-envelope yafakwa kwi-forensic bag. Kule forensic bag u-exhibit 1 uyabonakala. I-envelope engaphakathi kwale bullet, i-envelope engaphakathi kwale forensic bag iyabonakala.
It is written there when you are on page 128 that it's exhibit 1, there's a bullet. Now on photo 129, there's the envelope inside the exhibit bag, and it is written on it exhibit 1. And uthini apha? Uthini apha?
Iyafalwa. Ne-envelope iyabonakala apha kule
And
exhibit
then
bag.
on photo 130, it is sealed, and then you are able to see, you can see the envelope inside.
And ndiyathemba xa ifika e-forensic, umuntu oyifumanayo e-forensic or oyi-analyzayo uzawuyichaza nayo uba ufumene ntoni phakathi kwale envelope.
And I trust that at forensic as well, the person now who analyzed this will then say, what is it that he or she found inside the envelope
And the forensic bag.
in the forensic bag?
So, ma'am, you would agree with me that your explanation, that the reason why forensic bags are meant to be transparent, is to enable somebody to see what is contained in that forensic evidence bag, not so?
Uchiba ndithi uba unobangela wokuba ngaba ke zibonakale okanye kubonakale okanye zibe transparent as bags kuba umuntu abone uba yintoni engaphakathi.
Ukucollector ama-exhibit.
To collect exhibits,
Forensic bag do not collect exhibits. Exhibits are collected by individuals. They are put into the forensic bag, ma'am.
Injalo.
that is so.
Mhlekazi. Ukufakwa kwama-exhibit, ukucontainer ama-exhibit a-collected kwi-crime scene.
It's to place exhibits that have been collected from the crime scene.
I realize that you've got difficulty, ma'am, in explaining the situation away. I'm putting it to you, ma'am, that you saying that the reason why forensic bags are meant to be transparent is to enable someone to see what is contained in that exhibit bag. And in photo number 129, all that is depicted there, it's an envelope that is inside a forensic exhibit bag. I see no bullet there. You see no bullet there, not so. The court sees no bullet there. My learned colleague for the state sees no bullet there, not so.
Uthe xa uyichaza xa ubuzwa wathi unobangela kwenza uba umuntu abone uba yintoni engaphakathi. Kodwa ngoku kule ifoto akho muntu ubonayo uba bona nje i-envelope kodwa akho muntu ubonayo akubona bullet phaya.
Bendiba ndichazele mhlekazi le nkundla uba envelope isetyenziselwa ukuthi ifake ubungqina obufunyenwe kwindawo yexhakelo. Ukugcina i-integrity yayo, ukuthi ithi yofika kule ndawo eya kuyo ifike ingendlela eyiyo ingonakalanga.
I think I did explain this to the court that the envelope, or what the purpose of the envelope is, to keep the integrity of the exhibit that has been found, and when it reaches the destination, that it is still in the very same condition.
Le envelope ke eku 129 yiyo le eqokelele obubu le exhibit eku 128.
Now, the envelope that is seen on photo 129 is the very same exhibit that is there or that collected that exhibit which is on photo 128.
Thank
iye
you.
yaqokelelwa yafakwa kule exhibit bag yasilwa yaphotograph.
It was taken, placed into this forensic bag, sealed and photographed
At the crime scene.
at the crime scene.
Thank you, ma'am. That is what you're saying. That's not what is depicted on this photo. Photo 129. You are busy explaining the chain. Let me tell you, chain speaks for themselves. You don't need to give any evidence wound in order to support the chain. In other words, evidence wound, you don't need to struggle to explain how a chain works. It simply goes on its own. That's a chain, man. That's a chain of evidence, not a bicycle chain, but a chain of evidence. Oh, you did not hear it.
Not that I didn't hear, but I asked you, what if I leave something out? Can you please be brief?
Okay. Let me put it to you, ma'am. That chain of evidence speaks for itself. You don't need to adduce evidence aliwunde to explain the chain of evidence.
Uba kwenzeke ntoni kwalandela ntoni kwathini na ayonto ekufanele uyichaze okanye uyicacise leyo iyazixelela ngokunokwayo.
Njengokuba lezi zithombe zizixela ngokunokwayo umhlekazi uba kwenziwe ntoni kwi-crime scene.
Just as the pictures or the photos are self-explanatory as to what happened on the crime scene.
Thank you, ma'am. Let us proceed to another point. You say there's something that is next to the bullet, and then you said on photo number 127, I'm not mistaken, yes, photo number 127, you say that little, that little mark there, I don't know whether, but that little image there, yes, let me use the word image, that is next to a bullet is a fragment that came from the door.
Uthi phaya njengoba okubonakalayo phaya eceleni kwalambumbulu uthi ke inxalenye yocango okanye ke ya apho icango layo lophuka khona uthi inxalenye yayo leyiphaka kule photos 127.
Ewe ndisho
That's
umhlekazi.
correct.
When allegedly you identified or you found the bullet as is there, you said Mr. Musia as well was there, not so amongst others. And Zwane was there, so.
Uthi xa uyifumana umsiya nozwane babekhona.
Ewe kunjalo mhlekazi.
That's correct.
Am I correct, ma'am? Now, I'm going to use a practical thing, a practical example. Am I correct to say that soon after you saw this thing, you basically said something to the following, this is a bullet point here. And in fact, just next to it, there's a fragment here that I think came from the door. I'm just trying to, you know, to when this sketch, like to demonstrate how could you have reacted when you found that bullet, not so?
Ekuyifumaneni kwakho ke sendicinga nje uba indlela ke oye wareacta ngayo uba kune bullet apha kune bonakala bangaba kune piece yocango okanye yeplanga yocango.
Andingeke ngikwazi ukungqina iingcinga zakho mhlekazi.
I cannot confirm your thoughts.
When you found that bullet there, ma'am, where was Musia?
Wayephi umsiya xa uyifumana?
Wayekhona.
He was there.
When you found that bullet there with that item next to it, if it's an item, where was Musia?
Xa wawufumana ke nale piece lena wayephi umsiya?
Wayekhona.
He was there.
So Musia also saw that item there.
Naye wayibona.
Ndandinabo bayibona.
I was with them, they saw it.
Thank you. Was there any bit of a discussion around that possible item there, where it could have come from amongst you?
Phakathi kwenu ke ingaba kwabakhona ukuyincokola okanye ukuyithetha inoba ipiece evelaphi le?
Mhlekazi le piece iyabonakala xa ujonga ecangweni. Olicango liqhekekile. Lama piece akwelicango ayafana nepiece ekulelento. So andazi uba kwakufanele ukuthi mhlambi sidiscusse ukuthi le piece ibuyaphi or kanjani. Kodwa iyabonakala uba ingxenye yayo ingabe ifuna iphuma kolicango.
It is very evident. You can see it. You see it. You look at the door, you see it. So I don't know whether we're now supposed to discuss that as to where it was coming from.
My question is, was there any piece of a discussion between you in relation to that which you're calling a piece of a door or a fragment from the door?
Ndikubuza uba ngaba naye na xoxa na okanye nancokolana ngayo.
No.
No.
So there was no comment?
Kwangekho comments.
Xa si-investigate sini Mhlekazi, asi-investigate based on comments.
We don't investigate based on comments when investigating a scene.
Ma'am, I'm specifically referring to the finding, to you specifically finding that bullet and that piece of a I don't know, I'm want to be very cautious. I'm going to use your word because I don't want to use mine. Upon you finding that bullet, which next to it there was a piece of what you say was a fragment from the door, it was just a silent occasion. Or did somebody, or did you alert them and say, oh, this is a bullet, and in fact next to it I see something that looks to me like it's a fragment from the door. Or it was just a silent discovery.
Wayibona nje la bullet wathula akho nto wayibhekisayo kubo ba hayi ecaleni kwale bullet kukho nale pisana ndibona ba iphuma elicangweni wabona nje awathetha nto ngalonto le.
I-finding yethu kwakuyibullet.
Our finding was the bullet
Ngoba yiyo okwakuthiwe ibethe umnyango.
because it was the bullet that was alleged to have hit the door.
So kwakufanele ukuthi sijonge ukuba kune-bullet nyane ebethe umnyango na njengokuba kwakutshiwo.
So we had to look and find as to whether indeed there was a bullet as it was alleged.
And sayifumana ke i-bullet phezu kwe-kitchen top.
And indeed we found the bullet on top of the kitchen top.
Ma'am, what is difficult about my question? Because I'm simply asking you whether it was a silent finding, you saw the bullet there, you just kept quiet while your colleague was standing next to you, and then, I don't know whether you use eye languages or you use sign languages, or at some stage you said, no, this is a bullet, and in fact next to it there is a substance that looks to me like it's a fragment from the door. It's simple as that.
Anziphinda yonke ke lanto ininzi ithethe phayana. Ngaba nathethe okanye zange nithethe?
Sathetha nge-bullet esayifumana.
We spoke about the bullet which we found.
And that was to the exclusion of that which you're calling a fragment from the door
Naishiya le
in your conversation.
nithi inxalenye yocango.
Kunjalo Mhlekazi.
That's correct.
So that explains the reason why Mr. Musia, throughout his testimony, never said anything about that little thing that you're calling a fragment that was next to the bullet. Not so.
Ingabe yiloo nto ke ngoku okanye ingangunobangela lowo ukuba umsiya naye ngoku anikeza ngobungqina engakhange athethe nto ngayo.
Andinalo azi bobungqina bukaMsiya.
I've got no knowledge of Umsiya's testimony.
Yeah, no, his testimony, he never made mention of any fragment from the door that was found next to the bullet. And he says, when that bullet was found, he was there.
Akathethanga nto. Utshilo kodwa uba ukufunyanwa kwayimbumbulu le wayekhona kodwa akathethanga nto ngalaa pisi yocango.
Ndingangqina uba wayekhona xa sifumana i-bullet.
I'll confirm that he was there when we found the bullet.
Thank you. And he never made mention of anything that was found next to the bullet.
Saphindise ngilaa mbuzo omnye ke.
Ndiyakuva Mhlekazi.
I hear you.
I'm going to put it to you, ma'am, that thing that you are referring to as a fragment from the door, and that bullet, which you say you found on the kitchen top, those things were never there.
Ngithi kuwe ezi zinto zimbini sizibona apha zazingekho phaya.
Somebody made it sure that for whatever reason that they could have heard that those things were put there.
Angaba-ke kunomuntu wabekwa ezazinto phaya, kunomuntu ke wazibeka ezazinto phaya.
Mhlawumbe inkundla ingasixelela ukuba ngibani lo muntu lo ngoba mina ndazifumana kule ndawo.
Maybe the court will then, referring to you, that you can inform us as to who that person is, because that's where I found the items.
Xa sizifumana izinto kwakundim nomsiya noZwane.
And when the items were found, it was myself, Musia, and Zwane.
And I can further tell you, ma'am, that which you are referring to as a fragment that came from the door, it was just a drawing that was made with a corky pen.
Nokuba lento le wena uthi ke inxalenye yocango.
In order to-
Umzobo nje owenziwa ngecorky pen.
In order to trump up a case, a possible case against these poor accused persons that are before court today.
Ukuze nje beliyelenqe okanye igumgedle elakhelwa aba bahleli phambi kwalenkundla.
Mhlawumbi umhlekazi uyazi ukuthi ngibani owayenza lo yelenqa kodwa ke mina andilazi. Ngifumene isini inje ndayiphotographer as it is.
Maybe you know as to who formed part of that theory or conspiracy theory, but this is how I found it, how I found the scene.
Ma'am, that which you are referring to as something, as a fragment from the door, what value in the chain of evidence that you were collecting at the scene was to you?
Inaxabiso lini kubungqina obu okanye kwi-chain elobungqina la pisanyana leya uthi wena yeyocango?
Ayizange yacollectwa inabungqina into esasiconcentrate kuyo yibullet leyafunyanwa
It was never
emva
collected.
kwama-glass jars.
It was never collected as part of the evidence. The only thing that was collected that we are concentrating on is the bullet head behind the jars.
Ngoba kwakunoduyulano endlini.
Because there was a shooting in the house
And
We have just
kunomuntu owasweleka kule crime scene.
and someone lost his life in the crime scene.
Okay, ma'am, okay. If I request you to explain, I'll say, can you please explain? Do you understand? You don't need to go on and on and on and on. I'm now the captain of this ship. I'm sorry, the captain is the court. I'm assisting the court to captain this ship.
Ndizachazela ke xa kufuneke utyatyadule.
Do you understand? Now, in your testimony, you are saying that that object, that which you are referring to as a fragment from the door, it's something that came from the door and flew with the bullet to the place where it is, not so?
Ngaba uthi ke ngoku njengoba usithi ke inxalenye okanye ipiece yecango oliyana yawuthi yawubetha pha imbumbulu ecangweni. Ukuhamba kwembumbulu ke ngoku la pisanyana yahamba nala mbumbulu yaze yofikelela kulaa ndawo ibonakala ikuyo.
Ndithe ndibonisa imbumbulu enecezu lomnyango cani kwayo.
I said I'm indicating a bullet with a piece of the door next to it.
Ukuba yabhabha mhlawumbi nayo andinalwazi lwayo kodwa mina ndazifumana zinje.
As to whether it flew with the bullet, I have no knowledge of that, but this is how I found them.
Let us contextualize it, ma'am. When the bullet landed there and that item landed there, what does it say to you?
Masidibanise ke ngoku lento bangaba xa imbumbulu yawela phayana nayo la piece yawela phayana loo nto ithetha ukuthini?
Ithetha uba zafunyanwa phezu kwe-kitchen top.
It says they were found on the kitchen top.
I know they were found there. You don't need to repeat that. I'm asking you if that bullet was found there and that which you're calling as a door fragment was also found there. What does it mean? Is it not an indication that from the door, that fragment flew there or somebody, and if you're not saying that it flew there, then somebody must have put it there. That's what you're saying.
Xa usithi ayizange ke ngoku ibhabhe kunye nembumbulu into ethetha ukuthi kunomuntu owayibeka phaya.
Ingathi inkundla ifuna niqikelele and andizelanga uzoqikelela apha mina ngizothetha ukuthi yintoni endayifumana kwi-crime scene.
Looks like now the court wants me to speculate, and I'm not here to speculate. I'm here to say that which I found on the crime scene.
We are a crime scene investigator, ma'am. Amongst others, you're using your common sense, if common sense is common. Amongst others, you're using your experience. Amongst others, you're using the training that you got when you went through all these vigorous trainings. You're there as an expert to assist the court.
Ulapha ke njengomuntu olwazi ke lomsebenzi wakhe nokuncedisana nenkundla.
Ndiyavuma kodwa not kuqikelelo.
I agree, but not in speculating.
You know, the reason why, ma'am, you are saying you disregarded that piece of evidence and actually you did not package it because it wasn't there.
Unabangela uthi ke awuzange uyoye okanye anizange nifake ke yona phakathi kungoba yayingekho phaya.
Sijonga into evidential value xa collector a crime scene.
When we collect a crime scene, we look for that with evidential value.
So into yokuba umnyango ndanzawuqokelela lento le piece yomnyango ndanzayiqokelela andiyazi ke uba inkundla yayithi ndizayisaphi.
If I was then to package and collect it, to collect this and package it, I don't know what are you suggesting. Where would I have taken it to?
Are you suggesting, ma'am, that from what you found there, that if your evidence is true, of course, from what you found there, next to the bullet, to you it did not constitute any evidence that was of value, taking into account that the door has been damaged?
Xa uthi ke okanye uthi okunafumana phana okanye wakufumana ecaleni kwalampumbulu kwangena evidential value xa uthathela ingqalelo ukuba ngaba ucango oliyana ke lwaluqhekekile.
Le piece yayingenayo evidential value.
This piece had no evidential value.
Finally, ma'am, I'm putting it to you that the reason why you could not put the thing into the forensic exhibit bag, it's because that thing wasn't there. That thing is a drawing. Any event, you could not have lifted something that was made with a corky pen.
Ngokugqibela ke ndithi unobangela uba ngaba ningazange nithathe okanye ngazange uyithathe ngoba yayingekho phaya into nje ngumzobo nje ongeke ukwazi uthatha umzobo.
Andivumelani nawe.
I disagree with you.
Thank you, ma'am. Just a second, ma'am. I just want to go through my items here. Does it please the court, my lord? The finding of this bullet, let's forget about the door splinter. Let's concentrate on the bullet. In your view, I know you've said you're not here to give this court your views, but from the search of it, did it require any particular expertise for somebody to get it?
Yayifuna okanye idinga umuntu onesakhono esithile okanye onolwazi oluthile ukufunyana kwale mbumbulu.
Yiyo lento sayifumana nje. Mhlekazi.
Which is why we found it.
Do you understand my question, ma'am?
Oh yeah, ubuzo wami.
Bendiba ndiphendulile ngokuva kwami.
I think, or I thought that I answer it as I heard it.
I'm going to repeat it. The manner in which you found that bullet there, do you think it's something that required any particular expertise? In other words, the place at which that bullet laid there, for somebody to find it, that person had to have an extraordinary experience or acumen to have found it there, or any other person who had searched that place would have found it.
Endikubuza kona kuba ngendlela okanye ukuyifumaneni kwenu yayidinga nje isakhono esithile okanye indlela ethile yokhangela okanye yayinofunyana nangubani na.
Ndithetha ngami ngoba thina sakwazi ukujonga umnyango ukuthi ulimele, so safuna ukwazi ukuthi ulinyazwe yini umnyango. Yiyo lento sasearcha safumana ibullet, so andinakwazi ukuthi omnye umuntu wayeza kwenza kanjani.
I am referring to myself here, that we looked at the door and saw that the door was damaged, so we wanted to know as to what caused the damage to the door, hence the looking or the searching now around. So I cannot answer on behalf of someone else.
Did you use any particular instrument to search and find that bullet, ma'am?
Ikhona into isixhobo esithile okanye esikhethekileyo esasetshenziswayo ukufumana la mbumbulu.
Sasebenzisa izandla.
Hands. We're
Ngoba
making use
sasifake
of
nama-gloves.
hands because we even had gloves on.
Would you agree with me that that which you're describing now just constituted a normal search?
Kukusearcha
Search
nje
and find.
okunormal oko. Okanye ithetha ukuba kukusearcha nje ngohlobo ichaza ngalo ithetha ukusearcha nje okuqhelekileyo.
Xa usitsho mhlekazi.
If you say so.
No, I want to hear it from you.
Uthi unqonela uyiva kuwe ke.
But andizukwazi ukuphendula into oyicingayo mhlekazi, ndikuphendula ngendlela endiyifumene ngayo ibullet. So wena ufuna ndiphendule ngendlela wena ocinga ngayo.
I cannot answer on how you think. I am telling you how I found the bullet. Now you want me to answer based on how you think.
Thank you, ma'am. So despite the fact that you subconsciously know the answer, you simply decide not to give it because you don't want to say the way in which I want you to say it.
Now she's
That's not a cross-examination.
Sorry, Mr. Mnisi.
Yes, as it please the
Answer
court.
the question. She says, when she and her colleagues were conducting the investigation,
Yes,
they came across the damaged door,
yes, my lord.
which was not penetrated by a projectile,
Yes, my lord.
right?
Yes.
And they surmised that that projectile should be around here.
Yes,
And then they continued the search for that projectile.
yes, my
And
lord.
then they found it.
Yes,
The
my lord.
fact that they found it behind two jars or jacks, fine. But that's what motivated and prompted them to look for the projectile, the bullet as you call it.
Yes, my lord.
And now you have put it to him that it was put by some other person. Fine, let's make progress.
Is
Because
it-
she says they found it, the way she explained, and you have put it to him that somebody came and planted that bullet, as you call it. Those are two irreconcilable assertions. We can spend the whole day here until the President Mandela intervenes. Nothing will change.
He's in heaven, my lord.
Oh,
President
all the
Mandela.
more.
Yeah,
He'll come here and say, Madota, intonile.
I think he's with the Mugabes and.
I see. But let's make progress
As
because
it please the court, my lord. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, the reason why I'm asking all these questions, it's because there's an officer, a diligent officer, Mr. Matebula, who came and said, at that very same place, and this picture was depicted to him, he said, no, we went there and searched, and we did not find the bullet there.
Unobangela oba
before your
ndibuza
arrival.
yonke le mibuzo kungoba ke kunepolisa ebelifikile apha uMathebula othi ke bajonga phayana kodwa ke imbumbulu leyo abazange bayifumane.
Ndiyakuva mhlekazi.
I hear you, sir.
Thank you. The exhibits that were found on the 27th May, when you were at the scene, what happened to them?
As exhibits safunyanwa nge-27 ngelixa wena wawukhona phayana kwenzeka ntoni ngaso?
Zahamba nomsiya.
They
Mhlekazi.
taken by Umsiya, you left with them.
Thank you. Who packaged them?
Oh, ngubani owazipakishayo?
Ngumsiya mhlekazi.
Umsiya.
Is there any role that you played in their packaging?
That who played?
In their packaging, is there any role which you played in their packaging?
Ekufakweni kwazo ke uqokelela kwazo nokufakwa kwazo ikhona indima owayidlala yona.
Ewe ndandithatha izithombe mhlekazi.
Yes, I was taking pictures.
No, I'm talking packaging them to be put in the forensic FSL bags. That's packaging. Taking a photo is one thing. Packaging is one thing. I don't know, maybe in your own sphere, you simply refer to everything as packaging. But what I mean to say here is that when they are being placed in the exhibit bags and they are marked,
Mna ndithetha ngofakwa kwazo mna.
No, ayikho.
No,
indima endayidlala.
no role. I didn't play any role.
There's no role that plays. Thank you.
Ngaphandle kwezithombe izinto andizithatha xa ke gqiba package.
Yes.
Except for the pictures that I took after you had completed packaging.
Nangeli xesha eqokelela ubungqina.
And also the time when he was collecting the evidence.
Your role specifically was just to take pictures.
34 to when.
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
That's correct.
Thank you, ma'am. As it please the court, mother, I'm not so sure where my papers are here. As it please the court, mother, I don't know. I put my papers here before lunchtime. Now they seem to have. Oh, okay. Here we are. Thank you. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Now, you were requested to put into record your affidavit, which is A62. Can you please bring us A62, please? Let me just see. I don't know what exhibit is this, my lord, but I'm not so sure if the state can also help me. Yeah. Now, you are saying that on the 27th of October 2014, at 9:10, you arrived at the scene and conducted some investigation along with Constable Mosia, and you then collected the following exhibits, and then you handed them over to Constable Musia at the scene of crime, not so?
Uyatsho kuba wafika phaa ngala 27 October 2014, 9:10 ixesha waqokelela ke okulandelayo. Wase ke emveni koba kugqityiwe ke wanikezela ngako okanye wagqithisela kumsiya.
Ndithe kwaqokelelwa, not kwaqokelelwa ndim.
I said it was collected, not that it was collected by myself.
Yes. Now, you're saying in the very first sentence there, you say it's written exhibit 1 is equals to a projectile found from the kitchen cabinet top, collected, packed and sealed in an exhibit bag PA 500 20877882.
Uyayichaza ke phaa ekuqaleni i-projectile eyafunyanwa kwi-kitchen top yaqokelelwa yase ifakwa yavalwa kwi-exhibit bag inala number.
Ewe ichaziwe mhlekazi.
Yes, it is mentioned.
And then there are those swaps there from swap 1 up to swap number 12. They were also collected at the different places where they were collected, and they were put in their different exhibit bags and collection kit numbers up to swap number 12, not so?
Kwaze kwakho eza swap zonke ke ngokusuka kule yokuqala ukuyotsho kule yokugqibela number 12 zafakwa nazo ke kweyazo eyodwa i-exhibit bag.
Ewe kunjalo mhlekazi.
That's correct.
Who prepared this statement, ma'am?
I-statement esi senziwa kanye ngubani?
A statement is a sum.
It's mine.
Is there any reason, ma'am, why in exhibit number 1, that weight exhibit number 1 is not in bold letters as compared to the other exhibits from swap 1 up to swap 12?
Kunesizathu bangaba la exhibit 1 engabhalwanga ngokufanayo uyabona ke apha zibhalwe mnyama exhibit 1 eyohlukile ngendlela abhalwe ngayo kunezinye eze.
Kunesizathu? No, asikho isizathu.
There's no reason.
Is there any reason, ma'am, why the seal back, why the exhibit back number there is also not written in bold letters compared to all the other exhibits which are contained, exhibit back numbers that are contained in your affidavit?
Asikho isizathu Mhlekazi.
There is no reason, sir.
Why were they not written in bold letters? Why was the exhibit back number not written in bold letters like all the other exhibit back numbers? Why was it also not written? That exhibit 1 is not in bold letters like all the other swaps, swap 1, swap 2, up to swap 12, which are written in bold letters.
Kutheni ke kukho la yanhlukwane phakathi kwendlela ebhalwe ngayo i-exhibit back number no exhibit 1 lowa?
Andiwubona umahluko Mhlekazi ukuthi kube nesizathu sokuthi akunasizathu sokuthi why ingabhalwanga in bold ngoba if uyajonga napha upon the data khona ubandi into ne rank yami akubhalwanga in bold.
There is no reason, and I don't see the reason. And if you also look right at the top where I am stating my rank, it is not written in bold.
Awukahle mama. I'm specifically referring to the content, to the body of your affidavit. I'm not the warrant officer and official draftsman and photographer. That's not my concern. My concern is the numbering of the exhibits. So you say there's no reason. Let me tell you what's the reason. Let me tell you what the reason is. Because this was a latest addition to your affidavit. You put in this information here, that exhibit 1 in this affidavit, after all these other swaps were already mentioned in this affidavit, unbeknown to you.
Unobangela ke mina ke ndixolele kungoba into yafumaneka kamva leya yongezelelwe yafumaneka kamva.
Akunjalo ngomhlekazi. If yongezelelwa ngubani?
That's not the case. If it was added afterwards, by whom was it added?
Ndiyayazi uba akufanelanga ndikubuze umbuzo kodwa ke ngicela inkundla engicacisele xa ithi le exhibit ya-edwa kwesi statement or ya-edwa kule affidavit ya-edwa nini ngubani njani?
I don't know, I'm not supposed to ask to pose questions to you, but I just need clarity when you say that it was added by whom, how, and when.
Thank you, ma'am. The answer to the question that you've just asked is within the question that you've asked. But can I tell you, ma'am, in an unguarded moment of truthfulness, that is the reason why that word exhibit 1 is not in bold letters. That's the reason why that exhibit back PA 500-208-7782 is also not in bold letters compared to all the other exhibit numbers, which are in bold letters.
So you say the reason is?
In an unguarded moment of truthfulness. In other words, you know when a person is telling the
You want to
truth.
say in an unguardedness of untruthfulness.
Yes. Yes,
I
ma'am.
listen, I told you.
That's why I'm
Yes.
confused.
Yes.
That's why I'm
yes,
confused.
Yes. That is exactly what I'm saying, man.
That's
I'm
exactly what
putting
you
it to
wanted
her.
to say.
You
what I
wanted,
said.
not you were saying.
Yes, that is exactly what the court understood me, man. But that is what I'm putting to this witness, man. Yes.
What's the response, ma'am?
Uthi ke umhlekazi njengoba eyitsho nje kuba ngaba ke kube ngumzuzu nje okanye ngezo sithuba nje uba ngaba ke okanye sokungabi nakunyaniseka okanye apho kungekho bunyani khona yilonto lento iye yafakelelwa kamva.
Ayikho lento ithethayo Mhlekazi, andikho kule court ukuzothetha amanga or ubuxoki. Ndizothetha ngento endayenza kwi crime scene nento endayifumana kwi-crime scene.
Thank you. ma'am.
What you are saying is not true. I am not here to tell this court lies. I am here to tell the court that which I found on the crime scene,
Iyo lento ndithathe isifungo.
which is why I took the oath.
Yes. Now, after swap 12, back to your paragraph, I mean to your affidavit, swap 12. Now you are saying, hey, Baba, after swap 12. Thank you. Now you are saying the anti-penultimate paragraph, the reads as follows. The forensic exhibit bags number PA 400 2150 107, comma, PA 400 215 3697, comma, PA 400 184 0754, comma, PA 400 198 1908 078, comma, PA 400 184 2268, comma, PA 400 186 0161, and a sealed brown A4 envelope were all sealed in forensic exhibit bag number PA 3000788 535, not so.
So uthi zonke eziya zineza numbers zibekwe phaya kunye nala envelope brown zaye zafakwa kule inale number iseqhubeleni.
Ewe kunjalo mhlekazi.
That's correct.
Thank you. Now, let us put this thing in simpler terms, ma'am. Now, what you're saying is, all these other forensic bags here that have been mentioned here, and that sealed brown envelope, that A4 brown, that sealed brown A4 envelope, were all sealed and put in that forensic exhibit bag number 3000788 535. Not so.
Ngelonke uthi zonke eziyana zafakwa kule inale number in 3000 eqhubeleni.
Ewe kunjalo
That's
mhlekazi.
correct.
What did this sealed brown A4 envelope contain, ma'am?
Intoni eyipha kula envelope brown?
Ngokusho kwamsiya kwakungumnqwazi ofumanekile.
According to Msiya, it's a hat that was found.
What were your observations? Because you are saying the forensic exhibit bag number, you know, all those forensic exhibit bags numbers were sealed, and you are saying it in your affidavit. You don't say in this affidavit, according to Musia, this is what happened.
Can you repeat it?
I am saying, I'm reading from what is stated in your own personal affidavit, ma'am, that in, amongst others, what was put in this forensic exhibit bag number 300788535, it's a brown A4 envelope. Now I'm asking you, what was inside that bag? And then you're saying, according to Musia, it was a brown hat. Not so?
Not a brown hat, a hat.
I'm sorry. It was a hat.
So uthi ne ndikubuzile kuba ngaba kuzo zonke okanye zonke ezibags ezathathwa zafakwa kule iphela ngala number ingu 3000. Xa ndikubuza ke ngokuba i-envelope le yayinantoni uthi ngokutsho kukaMsiya yayingumnqwazi.
Kunjalo
That's
mhlekazi.
correct.
And these items were sealed in your presence, ma'am.
Xa sazisilwa okanye zivalwa okanye zitywinwa yenziwa loo nto ukhona.
Njengokuba ngitshilo ukuthi the following exhibits were collected by Msiya at the crime scene.
As it's written here, that the following exhibits were collected by MCA at the crime scene.
Ama-swabs a-collectwa ndikhona.
The swabs were collected in my presence.
Ezezinye wayezicollected previous day, ndandingekho.
The others that he collected on the previous day, I wasn't there.
Are you done?
Ewe, ngigqibile mhlekazi.
Yes, I am.
I'm referring to the brown A4 envelope. Was it sealed into this PA 3007883535 in your presence or not?
Le envelope brown, ukufakwa kwayo yatywinwa kulo PA 3000 yenzeka lonto ukhona okanye ungekho.
No, ndandingekho mhlekazi.
No, I wasn't there.
So why then do you mention it in your statement?
Kutheni ke ngokuyikhankanya ku statement sakho?
Bendiba ndiyixelele mhlekazi le nkundla ukuthi after sigqibile ukwenza i-investigation kwiqhayelo siye senza i-debriefing.
I think I informed this court, my lord, that once we're done with our investigation at the crime scene, we did a debriefing.
And even before siqala umsiya watsho ukuthi wenze ntoni nantoni nantoni kwi-crime scene.
And even before we started, MCA informed us or briefed us as to what it is that he did at the crime scene.
So yonke le affidavit iquka ubungqina obafunyanwa kwindawo yeqhayelo.
Now, this affidavit then contains all the exhibits that were found on the crime scene.
Ngoba i-case eyi-1.
Because it's the same case.
Thank you. That's again another problem. You're saying all this affidavit relates to all the evidence, the exhibits that were found at the scene. Is that what you've just said?
Uqoba kusho ngoba le affidavit iquka bonke ubungqina bafunyanwa kwi-scene.
Nditsho mhlekazi.
That's what I'm saying.
Will you please kindly take us through in this affidavit where the fragment bullet is in this affidavit that was found by Musia when he first arrived at the scene? If what you're saying is true, ma'am.
Ukuba oku kuthethayo ke kuyinyani, awunosikhomba ke apho bangaba ishophi ke ngokungala fragment bullet eyafunyanwa ngumsiya.
Ngelishwa ndizokwazi ukuya kwi-statement esikamsiya mhlekazi.
Uthi kule, bonise kule.
Kule affidavit. No, ayikho brown envelope, i-fragment eyathathwa. Apha kumentionwe ama-exhibit athathwa apha.
Yeah, it makes mention of the exhibits that were taken. There's no fragmented bullet.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me conclude, because I don't want to be long and unnecessary, by saying that bullet that was found in the kitchen top, ma'am, somebody planted it.
Mandiqukumbele ke ngelithi la mbumbulu eyafunyanwa phayana ke kula khabhathi kunomuntu owayibeka pha.
Andinalwazi lwaloo nto ithethayo
I have
mhlekazi.
no knowledge of what you are saying, sir.
Kodwa ngeli xesha ndandikhona akunamntu waplanta ibullet.
But at the time when I was there, no one planted the bullet. Or at the time when I was present there, no one planted it.
And from the factual evidence that have been before court here, or that has already been heard by this court, that is indicative of the fact that there was indeed an interference with that scene.
Futhi ke nangobungqina ke okanye sesivile ke apha phambi kwale nkundla bangaba ke kwaba khona ke ukuphazamiseko kwaba khona okanye ukuphazamiseko kwaba olwaba khona kula scene leya.
Not ngeli xesha ndandikhona mhlekazi.
Not at the time when I was there.
Thank you, ma'am. I will not argue with you. I've promised you that at the end of my cross-examination, I'm going to request this court to Meromotu, as a court's witness, to request, an attendance to this court by a ballistic expert. This is what I'm doing now. As it please the court, my lords.
Yeah,
My Lord, in the interest of justice, and in order to enable this court to come to a just and equitable finding,
Yes.
and in view of the authority that this court had referred to on a number of occasions, my Lord, R versus Hepworth, I am going, my Lord, I'm going to make an application that at the end of it all, that is after the state, after the defense, are done with the calling of their witnesses, that the court should exercise its discretion in a judicious manner and consider to call an expert from the Forensic Science Laboratory, my Lord, to come and unpack the processes that are followed when exhibits are being attended to from the scene up until they are received by the Forensic Science Laboratory, my Lord.
Yeah,
If the
I
court is not amenable to that request, my Lord, I'm going to further, alternative to my application, my Lord, I'm going to request the court to request the state to assist, because at the end of it all, my Lord, it's not about the state, it's not about the accused, it is about fair and a just administration of justice, my Lord. Thank you, my Lord. That's the end of my cross-examination, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Ngomalo?
Lieutenant, is it correct that you prepared your affidavit, the one that my colleague referred to, on the 6th of November, 2014?
Affidavit lena wayenza nge-6 kaNovember 2014.
Ewe kunjalo
That's correct.
Mhlekazi.
That's correct, sir.
When you prepared that affidavit, where were you?
Xa wawuyenza ke wawundawoni.
E-ofisini lapho nisebenzela khona Mhlekazi.
My work office where I work from.
Are there any reasons that you can advance before this court why your affidavit was only prepared on the 6th of November, 2014?
Kunazizathu na onozithi thatha phambi kwale nkundla zoba kutheni na wayenza nge-6 kaNovember.
And not on the following day, the 28th of October, 2014,
Hayi ngosuku
29th?
olulandelayo hayi ngosuku olulandelayo.
Zikhona izizathu Mhlekazi.
Yes, there are reasons.
Yes, what are they?
Zithini?
I-docket kufuneka siyiqede within 21 days.
We need to complete the docket within 21 days.
So ngezo 28 zikaNovember ndanisemochwari. Postmortem.
28 November.
28 November 2014. Umbuzo uthi sorry.
Ndiyawuva but
Okay.
the 28 is
The
November.
28 zikaNovember. 28 010.
Ndiyayiqonda, eyobuya. Because on the 28th of October I was at the mortuary.
And xa sibuya i-docket ifuneka ihambe iye for inspection.
When we return, the docket needs to go for inspection.
Ama-photos ahambe ayo-download, uthatha i-SD card uhambe iya ku-downloading officer.
You take the SD card to the downloading officer to have the photos downloaded.
Then xa isibuya kulapho funeka uqale uzobe kuqala.
And then when it comes back, that is when then you start to draw,
Iyo ke lento ningazange ndayenza the following day.
which is then why I didn't do it the following day.
But i-docket yakompletwa ngazo zona ezi-date ozibuzayo 11:06.
But the docket was completed on the day that you are asking, the 11:06.
This envelope, the brown envelope that my colleague referred to, is it correct that it is of evidential value because it is where you place the bullet projectile before you place it in the seal, before you place it in the exhibit bag, which was PA 500-208-7782.
Asiko na ukuba le envelope lena ke ibaluleke kakhulu le owafaka kuyo la bullet head ngaphambi koba ngaba uzoyifaka kule evidence bag le engu PA 500.
Ndithe kule nkundla into ebalekile ibullet le esayifaka kwi-envelope
I said to this court, what is of importance is the bullet which we placed inside the envelope.
Ngoba bokufanele ukuthi sikhiphe i-integrity ye-exhibit.
Because we had to maintain or to keep the integrity of the exhibit.
So into esijongene nayo apha i-bullet, not i-envelope.
So what we are looking at here is the bullet and not the envelope.
I thought that you were saying that the person who received the exhibits, that back at the ballistic unit, is also going to document that the bullet projectile was in a brown envelope. Were you not saying that?
Ndicinga uba ubutshilo ke ngaphambili wathi nomuntu ezizawufikela kuye ezi zinto eziya phaya phambili uzayibhala into yokuba ngaba ekufikeni kwayo yafika isenvelopini ebrown.
Phakathi kwe-forensic evidence.
Inside a forensic evidence bag.
Yes, we are together.
Sihamba kunye.
Yes, you said that. You confirm you said that in your evidence in chief.
Uyavuma uba uyitshilo loo nto leyo?
Ewe, ndiyavuma.
Yes, I do.
So it is important for one to mention the brown envelope where this bullet projectile was kept before it is placed in the seal bag.
Ngoko ke kubalekile noma ke ibalekile into yokuyikhankanya le envelope ibrown imbumbulu le eyafakwa kuyo ngaphambi kokuba ngaba ifakwe kwesasinqobo esiya.
Into ebalekile sithetha ngayo apha Mhlekazi i-projectile. Nokuthi ipakwe kuphi.
The important thing that we are talking about here is the projectile and where it was packaged.
Ngoba yiyo ye-collector yapakwa kule exhibit bag.
Because it is the projectile that was collected and packaged into this bag.
I think you are going in circles, but I will move on. In your affidavit, Lieutenant, where it says Exhibit 1, projectile found from the kitchen cabinet top, collected, packed, and sealed in an exhibit bag PA 500 2087782. Is there where you mentioned that this projectile was in a brown envelope, sealed in that bag?
Ikhona apho ikhankanya khona i-envelope le brown?
Ayikho pha kwi-statement.
No, not in the statement.
Why not?
Ngoba kutheni?
Ngoba kukhankanywe i-forensic bag.
Because the forensic bag is mentioned.
Yiyo umanqoba wayephethe i-exhibit.
This is the main thing that contained the exhibit.
But in the seal bag, there was an envelope which had a bullet projectile. Was it not necessary for you to mention the envelope? That's my question.
Bag lena ke kwakune envelope ephethe i-projectile lena. Eyona nto ndibuzayo kungakhankanywa kwe-envelope le ibrown ephethe le projectile.
I-envelope ayikhankanywanga Mhlekazi.
The envelope is not mentioned, sir.
Why not may I refer the witness to Exhibit X13, capital letter B. I know that the witness is not a ballistic expert, but I wish to refer the witness to the ballistic report, and there are going to be follow-up questions emanating from the report.
Whose report is that?
Mangena. It's
So you want this witness to comment about the report of Mangena?
No, I just want to lay a background, and then I know that he is not the one who
You want
compiled
this
the
witness
report.
to comment about the report of Mangena? That's all I'm asking.
To comment about what is contained in
Do
that.
you want this witness to comment about the report of Mangena?
Yes.
The state?
We've made it abundantly clear that Colonel Mangena will be coming to testify. We see no point of putting this version to, or putting any questions to this witness that should be put to that witness.
Yeah, but this witness, he had said it ad nauseum in this court that I will not comment on the evidence of Musia, for instance. I will not comment on the evidence of so-and-so, because he can come here and comment on his own evidence. You want us to go through that very routine again?
Maybe I'll just rephrase the question.
Hello?
I'll just rephrase the question emanating from the
Okay,
report of
fine.
Mangena. Yes. Just on this aspect, Lieutenant, Mangena does not mention that when he received the exhibit bag, the 500, the PA 500, 2087782, the exhibit, that is a bullet projectile, was kept in the brown envelope.
Nginqwenela nje ukwazisa ukuba ngaba uma ngena kanye uma ngena kwesakhe istatement akayikhankanye akayithi caca tu into yoba ngaba ekuyifumaneni kwakhe le nqoba lena wafumana kune envelope ebrown ngaphakathi akayikhankanye ungaphendulanga.
Once again, want to object to this question. Colonel Mangena will come and explain what the situation is. This witness cannot be of assistance.
No, let him answer. So that I was accused of not giving people an opportunity to ask questions. Can you answer that?
Maybe just to add on that, the reason for me to ask that is that you said in your own words, the person who received the bag has to document the brown envelope.
Mandaleke ke ukuba ngaba kutheni na ndibuza lo mbuzo lo kungoba into ibichazwe nguwe ukuba ngaba umuntu lo kwela cala lingaphaya uzawukwamkela le bag lena kwafuneke naye eyichazile ukuba ngaba ke beyintoni na ibiphakathi kule bag.
Andizukwazi ukukhomenta ngestatement sika Colonel Mangena.
As a court pleases, we don't want.
Sorry, Mr. Baloi.
I can't comment on the statement of Colonel Mangena. Weqhubeka.
But ndingathetha ngento endiyenzile mna. If ujonga ku photo number 126 to 130.
I can speak about what I did. If you look at the witness referring to the statement where it says photo 126 to 130.
Nama photo akhona ayasho ukuthi exhibit ya collector yafakwa ku brown envelope.
The photos, and it's also written there where it says indicate the place, and it also indicates that it was packed and placed in a brown envelope.
And sealed in the exhibit bag number.
Sealed in an exhibit bag number.
The exhibit bag number iyafana ncamashi nale exhibit bag ela ku statement.
And then this exhibit bag number contained here is the exact exhibit bag which is now on my statement.
So esibhalwe nguKolonel Mangena statement andizukwazi ukusichaza.
So I cannot explain on what is in Colonel Mangena's statement.
Yeah, Mr. Baloi, you wanted to say something?
No, it's fine.
Let us now proceed to photo 127 of your photo album, Exhibit D. Is it correct, Lieutenant, that the photos which relates to the scene are from photo 1 to photo number 137 of Exhibit D?
Ifoto ke ezimayela nescene leyana ku photo 1 ukuyophela ku 137.
Ukuyophela ku 143.
Up to 143.
Is it correct that on photo 127 you found a fragmented door next to the bullet projectile?
Linene eyokubangaba ke apha njengoba sibona ku photo lena 127 bangaba ke wafumana le ngceba ke okanye le pisanyana yocango eqaleni kwala mbumbulo.
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
Yes, that's correct.
Is it correct, Lieutenant, that next to each photo, the photo number, there is a description of the photo or photos?
Ingaba linene elokubangaba ke eqaleni njengoba ubhalile phayana uthi ufoto banibani ubonisa okanye kunenkaza phayana apho uchaza khona ba lo photo leyo ibonisa ntoni.
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
That's correct.
Let us go to photo 126 to photo 130 and the description thereof.
126 to 130.
Is it correct that the description that you gave to those photos, that is photo 126 to photo 130 of Exhibit D, was the following? Indicates the place and position in which the bullet had found a close-up view collected and packed in a brown envelope and on the exhibit bag number PA 500 2087782. Do you confirm that?
You're the deputy phayana ndithi eqaleni ko 126 to 130.
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
That's correct.
In that description that I've just read to you, Lieutenant, is there where you mentioned that next to the bullet projectile, there is a fragmented piece of a door?
Apha ke kule ndawo kule nto ndigqiba ukufundela yona ngoku ikhona into ethetha ngale pisanyana yocango.
Ayikho mhlekazi.
No.
Why you did not mention that?
Ngoba kutheni?
Ngoba nzange ndayicollecta, sacollecta i-bullet point.
Because I never collected it. We only collected the bullet point.
No, just before collection. I mean, you see the exhibits lying on top of the cupboard. You don't describe them as part of the photo.
And ngaphambi kokucollecta, ngohlobo nje oyibona ngala ndithi apha uchaza uba ngaba i-indicator ntoni. So asikafiki ukucollecta uchaza nje uba yintoni libonayo. So uthi why ke ngokulapisa ungayichazanga.
I-exhibit yethu apha i-bullet, not icizu lomnyango, Mshakazi.
Our exhibit here is the bullet and not the piece of the door.
Is it correct, Lieutenant, that your evidence is to the effect that you were a photographer on the day in question, that is the 27th of October, 2014, and Warrant Officer Musia was the forensic investigator?
Linene lokuba wena wawufota ngalamini yange 27 Musia yena ke senza uphando.
Nguye owaye responsible for forensic evidence.
Yes, he was responsible for the forensic evidence.
You also told this court that you are the one who found the bullet projectile exhibit 1.
Utshilo nokuba nguwe owafumana le bullet head. That's correct.
I just want to understand this, Lieutenant. A photographer, I'm sure you were carrying a camera.
Waphethe camera. That's correct.
All right. I just want to appreciate this, Lieutenant. How do you found the bullet projectile at the same time we are in possession of a camera? How do you do that?
How big is the camera? Let's get to the point. How big is the camera? Does he have to push it in?
No, maybe
or
I
can
must.
he just dangle it on his shoulder? Please, let's get to the crux of the matter. Sorry, how big is this camera you are carrying, ma'am?
8700.
Just
700.
demonstrate with your
Bonisa,
hands.
bonisa ngasa. It's
Mshakazi.
so big. It's
Did it have
D700.
a cord around it?
Intambo kwafuneka
Inentambo kwazi kuyigaxa
Yeah,
Mshakazi.
let's get on to the point.
So you're also a forensic investigator at the same time, not that you're a photographer.
Ungafoti nje kuphela kodwa wawulenza nophando.
Mshakazi bendiba ndicacisile lento kwasekuqaleni uba I'm also a forensic investigator.
I think I explained this right from the onset that I am also a forensic investigator.
Uba sahlulelana ukuthi umsiyo uzawuthatha izithombe mina ngizawuthatha amafoto ayithethi ukuthi lonto kungafanelekanga ukuthi isini si-investigated ngendlela efanele.
That we had then, in other words, we delegated each other as to what are you going to do, what am I going to do. That doesn't mean that we were not going to work together on the scene.
Yiyo lento sasisebenza as a team.
Hence, we were working as a team.
On this copy, the presentation of evidence, you say on page 2, it reads as follows. We agreed that, open bracket, Sergeant Musia, close bracket, will proceed with forensic investigation as he started with it already on his first visit. And I focus on photography and fingerprints investigation.
Ukuba ngabani senivumelene kuba umsiyo uzoqhubeka na njengoba beqalile kusuku olungaphambili uqhube wena ke ufote ukhangeleke neminwe.
Kunjalo Mshakazi.
That's correct.
So now I'm trying to understand this. When you say you are the one who found this bullet projectile, but at the same time, you are saying in that report that you focus on photography and fingerprints, and Musia proceeded from where he ended.
Ngizama ke ngokudibanisa ke ngoxa bangabanani ivumelene uba umsiya uzoqhubeka na njengoba beqalile kusuku olungaphambili wena ke uzawugxininisa ekufoteni nasekukhangeleni iminwe okanye insalela zeminwe.
Ndichazile Mshakazi kule nkundla uba nami ndi-forensic investigator.
I mentioned it to this court, my lord, that I am also a forensic investigator.
Xa sasivumelana uba ndizawuthatha izithombe umsiya ndizawuthatha izithombe ne-fingerprint zizaba segameni lam.
When we agreed that I was going to take the photographs as well as the fingerprints, that they will be on my name.
Kodwa ingathethi lonto ukuthi fanele si-overlooke isini ngoba umsiya uzakwenza into ethile.
But that didn't mean that we had to overlook the scene simply because Msia was assigned to do a particular investigation.
Yiyo lento besisebenza as a team.
Which is why we were working as a team.
You also told this court that you took a photo of the exhibit, that is the bullet projectile, before it was placed in an envelope. Do you confirm that?
Nokokuba ngaba ke wayifota ngaphambi koba ngaba ifakwe envelopini.
Ewe ngishilo mshikazi.
Yes, I said so.
You also told this court that this evidence seal bag is already open. What do you mean by that?
Uchilo nokokuba ngaba ke le evidence bag lena bisele ivuliwe. Uthetha ukuthini xa usitsho?
Iphi into esho njalo ukuthi ngisho kanjalo?
Where did I say so?
Okay, let me rephrase the question.
Can you just refer me specifically to where I said that?
No, let me rephrase the question. Maybe you did not understand yourself. Let me rephrase the question. When you received this bag from wherever you took it, is it sealed or it is open? That is before you place the exhibit inside.
Le bag kanye esesinqobo esi xa usifumana noba kuphi na apho usifumana khona phambi koba ngabe ufaka izinto phakathi kuso usifumana sivuliwe okanye sivaliwe.
Zifumaneka zivuliwe mshakazi.
When upon receipt they are open.
Open as in like you can put a hand inside the bag.
Ungafaka xa usithi ivuliwe ne uthetha bangaba ungafaka isandla phakathi.
Njengokubona mshakazi le bag uyifumana ivuliwe. Xa ugqiba kufaka iexhibit kulapho uyisila khona.
As you see here, the witness is pointing to photo 129. This bag here is open, but once you place an exhibit inside it, that's when you seal it.
Is there a strip that you have to remove before you seal it?
Phambi koba ngaba uyitshwine, ikhona into lento besingathi yi-seal oyisusayo phambi koba uyitshwine.
Ewe kunjalo mshakazi.
That's correct.
What is the color of that strip? You know, after removing the strip, what is the color of the strip?
After removing.
Yes, after removing the strip, what will be the color of the exhibit bag?
Xa se uyisusile ke ngoku loo nto leyo eso strip eso ngophi umbala?
Ama-exhibit bag ayehlukahlukana mhlekazi.
Exhibit bags differ.
Amanye ane-strip esiyellow.
Some have got a yellow strip.
Amanye ane-strip esimhlophe.
Others a white strip.
Amanye esi-blue.
Others a blue strip.
Is there a photo, Lieutenant, that you took of the exhibit before you seal the exhibit inside that bag with the brown envelope?
Ikhona ifoto apho khona uthathe ifoto apho ufoto khona ngaphambi before sealing.
Yes.
Ne ngaphambi koba ngaba uyitshwine.
Ayikho ebonisa ibag kodwa nansi ikhona ebonisa i-exhibit.
Lieutenant, please, I'm just asking you a question. Is there a photo of the bag where it is indicated that the seal bag is open? That's a question, so that we can finalize and you go home.
Apho sibona khona uba ngaba nansi le bag ngoku ivuliwe ikhona ifoto enjalo.
Ndiphendula umbuzo wakho mhlekazi.
I am
Ngokulula
answering
ke
your question.
okufutshane hayi ayikho apha efotweni.
In short, no, it's not here.
Why you did not take it? Why you did not take that photo?
Yintoni abangaba ungayithathi lo foto le?
Ibag yabonisa ukuthi ithathwe i-exhibit ifakiwe ngaphakathi. Ibag ndandingazuyithatha kungenanto ngaphakathi.
The photo depicts that the photo was taken with something inside. I was not going to take a photo of the bag without anything inside.
No, I just want to exhaust this point. I mean, you take a photo, Lieutenant, please. You take a photo of the exhibit inside with the bag open before you seal the bag.
Uthi ifoto ye exhibit iphakathi kodwa ingekatshwinwa ingekavalwa nje phambi koba itshwine ufote. Ikhona ifoto enjalo.
Ayikho ifoto enjalo.
There's no such photo.
The captain, Mangena, you said Captain Mangena arrived at the scene, you were already at the crime scene.
Ekufikeni kaMangena ngalamini phayana wafika usekhona kanye nisekhona.
Ewe,
Yes,
ndandikhona.
I was there.
Were there any photos that were taken by Captain Mangena?
Ikhona ifoto awasathayo uMangena.
Bendiba ngichazile uba uMangena uzawuchaza ukuthi wenze intoni kwi-crime scene.
I think I did mention it that Mangena will explain as to what he did on the crime scene.
There is a witness, Lieutenant, who testified in this court, Tumelo Madlala. Madlala says The firearm that was used by one of the intruders was a firearm which had a wheel.
Kunelinye okanye kunengqina ebelikela zafika apha enkundleni kubungqina balo lathi umpu owasetyenziswayo ngumpu onevili.
Ndiyabova.
I hear you.
Mhlekazi.
Warrant Officer Mosia was asked the caliber of that firearm, and he said it was a revolver. A revolver, sorry.
Umsiya.
Yes.
Okay. Umsiya yena wathetha ngerevolver.
Ndiyabova
I
mhlekazi.
hear you, sir.
But Lieutenant, I just want to put to you that the following unfolded in this case.
Ndifuna ke ukukuchazela ukuba oku kulandelayo kuko kwenzekayo kweli tyala.
I must put it to you, Lieutenant, that the bullet projectile for that .38 pistol was removed and the scene was reconstructed by the first officers who arrived at the scene and planned the bullet projectile that you found on the 27th of October, 2014.
No. Just state the factual situation.
It's a proposition.
No. You are saying the first respondents who arrived there, they reconstructed the scene. Matebula and Mtetwa.
No, sorry, my lord, I understand.
What are you saying? Yes.
I'm saying that Warrant Officer Masia and yourself
And myself?
reconstructed. No, not the court. Lieutenant Colonel Mhlahlo reconstructed the crime scene.
Lieutenant,
Warrant Officer Mosia
right?
and Lieutenant Colonel Mhlahlo
Reconstructed the scene. Okay, I put it to her.
yes,
Because I thought you were relating what Tumelo said.
yes,
Because
yes,
that's how you started
Yes.
laying your foundation.
yes. The foundation or the background of my question or my
okay.
proposition is that there's a witness who says the firearm that was used by one of the intruders was a firearm with a wheel, which Musia says it was a pistol. So I'm saying to you, it was a revolver. I'm sorry, it was a revolver. Which is why I'm putting this proposition to you that the bullet projectile for that revolver was removed from the scene
Okay.
and replaced with the bullet projectile.
Ilondo aqale ngokuxelela bangaba ke uTumelo Madlala uye wathini nako bakhe ubungqina okokuba ngaba yena uthi umpu owasetyenziswayo pha yayingumpu onevili. Wongeza ke koko wathi yena umsiya uthi umpu owasetyenziswayo yirevolver. Qhubeka ke ngokuthi ke ngoku iprojectile yalampu lowa yiyo ke ngoku le eyasuswayo kweyaze yabekwa kwazothathwa kwazobekwa setyenziswe igama kwabekwa le kwaplantwa le iprojectile.
Andazi noba inkundla ifuna ndiphendule kulonto.
I don't know whether you want me to respond to that.
If you want to respond, you may respond.
Uba ngaba uyafuna.
Andiyazi le othetha ngayo mhlekazi.
I don't know about what you are talking about.
Warrant Officer Musia also testified when he was being questioned that the revolver does not eject empty cartridges.
Okunye okuchiwo ngumusiya yokunto bangaba ke irevolver ayiwakhuphi okanye ayikhuphi ikhoba.
Ndimamele mhlekazi.
I'm listening, sir.
Were there any empty cartridges that you found at the scene during the
Akhona
forensic
amaphepha.
investigation?
Oh, sorry. Akhona amakhoba ayengenanto afumanekayo phaya ngalamhla okanye inawafumanayo.
Ngela xesha ndikhona awekho afumaneka mhlekazi.
In my presence, none were found.
I must put this proposition further, Lieutenant Colonel Mhlahlo, that as the investigation progressed, the police took a projectile which then matched the firearm which was found in the possession of accused number 3 on the 9th of February 2015, which was later examined by
9 February 2015.
Yes, 2015. Which
No,
was
just-
later.
Ngokubuya luqhubekeka. Oh, sorry, man.
Sorry, no.
Sorry.
Just repeat again, because now they are putting a proposition that the police themselves,
Yes, I'm saying, my lord, is the
the
police
police, yeah, took,
found somewhere
somewhere.
a projectile,
found somewhere,
a projectile, a bullet projectile, in fact,
a bullet projectile,
which
right?
matched the firearm which was found in the possession of accused.
Which matched,
Allegedly, let me put it that way, allegedly found in the possession of accused number 3 on the 9th of February 2015, which was later examined by Captain Mangena.
possession of accused number 3.
Yes, allegedly found in the possession.
Who's acting for accused number 3? Hello? Mr. Minister, are you acting for accused number 3?
Yes, madam.
You see that? Look, I'm being fair to you. The proposition is putting contradicts your client's change of plea of utter for convict. You heard me?
Not necessarily. It
Okay,
doesn't,
fine.
madam.
No
Yes,
problem.
Yes.
Not necessarily. Okay.
And I'm entitled to put this proposition because
Yeah, fine.
the
But you are
accused are
saying
charged
the
together.
police went somewhere, obtained or organized a projectile,
Yes,
and this projectile matches, I suppose, after it has been fired, obviously, matches the firearm.
allegedly
Hello?
found.
Okay.
Yes,
Allegedly what?
found.
No. This projectile, which you call a bullet, matches, allegedly matches,
Yes,
allegedly matches the firearm allegedly found in the possession.
not my lord. Allegedly matches. Allegedly.
Oh, it matches, it's not allegedly.
Yes.
Which firearm matches, right? The Firearm.
allegedly found in possession of accused number 3.
allegedly found in the possession of accused
number 3.
on which day?
On the 9th of February 2015.
On the 9th of February.
Into ebhekiswa ngumnumzana advocate Malubuye obangaka luthe njengoba uphando lusiya luqhubekeka lusenziwa amapolisa ahamba ayokhangela ayofuna imbumbulu okanye ke iprojectile engamana nompu owafunyanwa umkhanelwa wesithathu ngomhla wange-9 kaFebruary 2015.
Andazi noba inkundla ifuna ngiphendule na kuloo nto.
I don't know whether you expect me to respond to that.
Yeah, but for this court, by extension of logic, the version of the state is that the police found or discovered a fragmented bullet or a projectile, either on the 26th of October 2014, and Musia says when they returned with his learned colleague here, Lieutenant Colonel Mushone, she found that so-called bullet on the 27th.
Yes, on the 27th.
Yes, of October.
Yes.
So it's two projectiles, right? In essence, it's a fragmented bullet, and
Yes.
that's
yes.
it. Now, this firearm, you say it emanated from, these projectiles emanated from, one of them emanated from the firearm allegedly found in the possession of accused number 3. Do you understand yourself?
No, my lord.
Yes.
No. No.
What are you saying?
No, what
How
I'm-
does this firearm, which
No,
is alleged-
that is not what
Okay.
I'm saying. No.
Just repeat again.
No, what I'm saying, my lord,
Yeah.
is Madala says there's the intruder, one of the intruders was in possession.
No. The proposition. So,
It starts there.
oh, I see.
That's a background of my proposition.
Okay, fine. Go
Yes.
on.
So the background of my proposition is
Yeah.
Madala says that one of the intruders was in possession of a firearm with a wheel,
Right.
which Musia describes it as a revolver. So the proposition is there is a bullet projectile which was found there, fired from the revolver, which was removed and replaced with the bullet projectile that the witness is mentioning.
The revolver which was removed.
The bullet projectile was removed and
From?
replaced with
From
a
where?
from the scene,
Oh, I see.
Yes.
So there was a, a bullet.
which was fired from the revolver.
Fine, but it was on the scene.
On the scene,
It was removed from the
It was
scene.
removed from the scene.
Right, and put where?
Removed,
Yes. Where's the logic?
removed, and it went somewhere.
Oh, that's why.
And replaced, and replaced.
No, you're a counsel. You can't make a proposition which has no validity in logic. You say this projectile was removed from the scene, meaning from the house 13511, Kutlwano Street. It
Yes.
was removed.
Yes, taken
and,
away.
And placed where?
We don't know from the police
Oh,
what
I
happened.
see.
Yes.
Not the police. You are making the proposition.
I'm making a proposition.
And placed where? Removed.
Yes, taken away.
Right.
Yes.
And placed
Concealed.
where? And
Concealed somewhere.
concealed somewhere.
Yes.
So what was taken to the ballistic to the ballistic laboratory in Pretoria?
Is not the correct projectile.
Yeah, it means those projectiles. The two-
I'm referring to the one.
No. We'll come to that. What was placed before the forensic laboratory in Pretoria? Where does it emanate from? The bullets, so-called, found on the top of the kitchen cupboard, and the fragmented bullet which was found on the floor.
Mind you, my lord, the fragmented bullet cannot be determined, undeterminable.
Yeah, fine, fine.
So you can do whatever you want with that
No,
bullet because
Wait. You see, the evidence of this witness and Musia is that all the exhibits which were
Yes,
found on the
yes,
26th and
yes.
the 27th,
yes,
they were taken to the forensic laboratory in Pretoria.
Yes.
In,
for
in
now.
October.
Yes, for now.
Now you are coming, you say, that never happened, in other words, because you say the projectile was removed from the scene,
Yes,
you see,
yes.
and concealed or placed somewhere else. Now, what was taken to Pretoria? I want to understand your proposition.
And replaced with another one.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Now
the
we
one,
have 4 projectiles. Yes. Because these witnesses, they took the bullet, as you call it, which was found behind the jugs
Yes.
on the kitchen cupboard, and the fragmented bullet, which was found on the floor.
We rather not debate this, my lord.
No, we're not debating it. I'm not the type of judge who's going to say yes when I don't understand. Those are removed from the scene, according to you.
Only one is removed.
Oh,
from
I
the
see.
scene. Yes, the bullet
The
projectile,
bullet which was on the cupboard
which he found.
was removed.
I'm saying, my lord, the proposition is the following. The bullet projectile, which was fired from the revolver, was removed and replaced with the bullet projectile, which was found by Lieutenant Colonel Mhlahlo. It was planted there, and in essence planted in order to replace it with the one which was fired from the revolver.
Okay, fine. What's your response that you planted evidence there?
Kuleyo bangaba ke na planta bungqina phayana uthini?
Ndiyazi mhlekazi akufanelanga ngibuze umbuzo kodwa ndifuna ucacela ukuthi ngubani lo okuthiwa waplanta ubungqina.
I know, my lord, that I'm not supposed or I'm not allowed to ask questions, but who is this person that is being alleged to have planted evidence?
Yeah, I understand, okay?
I also understand. Unfortunately, I cannot answer. My lord, thank you. I have no further cross-examination.
No
Thank
further
you.
questions. Yes, Ms. Mshololo?
Now, can I resume with my cross-examination tomorrow morning?
Mr. Deloy?
This is in order, my lord. The court time has expired.
Oh, is that so? Okay. Will you be able to be here, ma'am, tomorrow?
Uzaba khona ngomso?
Ngizawuzama,
Yes, my lord.
Mshekazi.
I will try, my lord.
How far do you stay from the police station?
Uhlala kude kangakanani police station?
Akukude kakhulu Mshekazi.
It's not that far,
I
my
mean,
lord.
you see, I'm interested in seeing those envelopes.
Ndinqwenela ubona eza envelope.
If you can't find them, no problem.
Ubazi
Or
mandeki.
if it's going to inconvenience you.
Ndizawuzama ukujonga i-logistic Mshekazi ukuthi basavulile xa ndiphuma phana.
As I go out of here, I'll check if logistics are still open, my lord.
So it's the brown envelope, right? And the other
Exhibit back.
exhibit bags. What do you call them?
Exhibit back, like.
Hello?
Is the court referring to the Ziploc?
Yes, yes, you have that also.
Ama-exhibit bags akhona Mshekazi.
Yeah.
The exhibit
So
bags are
into
there.
endizazama ukuyifumana e-logistic ile envelope le efunekayo apha ecourt.
It's the envelope, my lord, that I'll try to get.
All right, fine. Okay, fine. We're adjourned until
Back in.
tomorrow. then.